Good morning, Toy Slicer. Good morning, everybody on the stream, everybody on the VOD. How you doing? I know that like I'm super famous, so everybody is watching my VODs. Everybody's watching my stream. Yeah, all billions of you, every billion person in history, because AI is adventing, and in the future, AI is going to see every single one of my videos. I already knew this going into streaming. Wait, did she know about the AI revolution? Oh my god. Rebecca's the biggest genius in history. No, I didn't know anything. And also, who cares? It's just AI. It's gonna take over the world. We're all gonna live in a hive mind. Whatever. Hey, how you doing, Twice Slicer? Yeah, I love Chrono Trigger. It is a very good soundtrack. It is amazing. I have to be really careful with where I cut off the screen. God damn it, that was close. Jesus fucking Christ. You gotta be really careful with words that have 2 G's in it. You know, people might think that you're like gonna like, you know, resign when you say GG. And then they might accidentally think that they won the game. Then the tournament director will decide that you resigned, and then you lost the game when you didn't intend to say GG. Yeah, just starting off the day with some chess. It's been quite a while since I've really worked on chess and done puzzles. We're doing puzzles within the Old Sicilian, which is, I mean, it's cool because you can go to puzzles. You go to your puzzle dashboard, and you go to by openings. You can go by themes, of course. You should do this as well. Do motifs such as fork. That's where you want to start. Pins and forks. Pins and forks. Pins and forks. And you could probably do these until you can start winning pretty regularly against people rated 1800 and above. Or 1800 and below, I mean. Once you do pins and fork puzzles daily for long enough that you can consistently beat 1800 rated players at, you know, any time control, you know, whether classical, rapid, or blitz, or bullet, or hyper bullet, whatever. Billions are watching me. Yes, you're billions. Twice Slicer. You're billions to me. You know why? Because you're here and other people aren't. That's how it works. You know, people are always attached to view count. You know, what about the single viewer who's chatting? You know? I'm not trying to butter you up or anything. But yeah, you want to do forks and pins probably until you can consistently beat 1800 players. Although, another good thing to do is to go to puzzles. Go to puzzle streak. Any of the ones that are timed. I mean, obviously you can just do generic puzzles, you know, and do that. But you could also do puzzle streak, where it starts from very low rated and it gradually improves. Right now, though, I'm trying just specifically by the Old Sicilian, which is it's the original kind of like meta of what people would play. It's like the original theory of like the strongest idea of against 1e4 as black is, you know, you play c5 and then you play knight c6. You know, like basically it's like e4, you know, c5, knight c3, knight c6, or some kind of transposition therein. Some combination of having the idea is to have this setup. So yeah, like maybe white might go here, but then you're still putting that here, and then eventually you're gonna have the same position anyway. Right? So basically, like, you know, you're trading off I mean, it looks, you know, like you're trading off the queen's knight. You know, you play knight. You play knight queen's bishop 3, You play pawn to queen bishop 4, and then you play knight to queen's bishop 3. That's basically Old Sicilian. And so all these positions are going to come out of that opening from their database. And it's their database of, you know, user played games. Honestly, and with the advent of like AI and stuff like that, it's starting to get better where they can pick positions regardless of who played it. Obviously, chess exists outside of whatever like imaginary political thing that FIDE or USCF or, you know, any kind of World Chess Federation or whatever. It doesn't really matter whether it's Lichess, whether it's chess.com. Chess is the thing that matters. Chess positions, there's trillions and trillions and trillions of positions, and you're gonna, and you know, with enough time and enough positions played, you're gonna play all of them. Smaller MP pool? What do you mean? Oh, you're playing Final Fantasy 11 on Horizon. Nice. Are you on right now? You got to level 20? I have level 24 White Mage. Yeah, don't worry about whether because Galka are good White Mages too because they have high HP. And on Horizon at level 55, which is where you should get devotion, I mean level 45, which is where you should get devotion, White Mage has an ability that sacrifices HP to recover a teammate's MP. So Galka is actually going to be really good for that, and also you're able to survive longer. You have higher vitality. You know, you're not on right now. Let me know when you want to get on. Horizon is great to play with my viewers because it's a lot more longer paced and it's a lot more team oriented than retail. So, oh, Kazuyuki. Yeah, I'm Roki, as you've seen on my stream possibly. It's like Roki. I'm a Mithra, and I have a lot of. I'm level 45 Thief. I have level 24 White Mage. I have level 12 Black Mage. So if you need to level up, do you have your sub job yet? I can get you your sub job. If you haven't gotten your sub job, I can farm the sub job for you. Usually the flies and the crab apron are really easy to get, but it's usually harder to get the skeleton one. So I can farm the skeleton one for you if you still need it. If your friend helped you get it, that's great. But if you still need your sub job, I can help you farm it. Oh, nice. So you had a really good start because level 20 on your first play is unheard of. It's really good. See, this is why having a friend is good. Oh yeah, just have a friend. No, this is why having a friend is good because they can help you get your sub job and stuff, and so that's great. And you know, obviously your friend can't always be there, so we're all in this together. It's really symbolic. We're all in this together, right? It's a Japanese game, and a lot of the game is based on teamwork, and they changed the game a lot over the years. It's less. I feel like the spirit of the game is kind of gone, but not in Classic, not in Horizon. Oh, you played for three nights. Oh, three nights in. Yeah, it takes. You can do it in dunes, for sure. You have to wait until night. But if you go to Guzgan Mines, it's a little harder to get to, and it's a lot more dangerous. But if you can get to Guzgan Mines, they're there 24 hours a day. Yeah, I also have Treasure Hunter 2, so if you ever need items, just let me know, and I can help farm them for you. Because I have Thief level 45, and at level 45 Thief, you get Treasure Hunter 2, and so it increases the drop rate for items. Or I don't know exactly how it works on Horizon, but I do know that Treasure Hunter generally... There's certain... Like, Treasure Hunter 1, I think, increases the overall percentage drop rate. I think Treasure Hunter 2... increases the likelihood of a more rare drop to be in the pairing pool, into the pool. Or I don't know how, maybe that's Treasure Hunter 3, which I don't know. Hey, what's up, Donut? People, interestingly enough, we're talking about Final Fantasy 11. My original character was a Tartaru back in like 2004 named Donochi. And people would just, people in my link shell, which is like a guild, basically, they would call me Donut. Which was funny because I was a Tartaru, which are super small, like elf people. And they're really good mages, like Black Mage and stuff. And I later played an Elven, which are really tall giraffes that are not really good mages, but I played Black Mage anyway. Yeah, lower level, you don't need to worry so much about lower levels. Basically just grind. Once you get to like level 20 plus, especially as White Mage, you're just going to be healing people, and people are going to be very, very, very happy just for you being a White Mage at all. Because you're going to cure them. And you're going to, as long as you rest, and also if you use ginger cookies, and if you, which increase your HMP, which is your MP recovered while healing. So if you get a really good, I mean, obviously Tartaros can do that too, but it's gonna be better for Tartaros with MP. But you have higher HP, which means you're gonna be more likely to survive random hits. Now at endgame, this isn't gonna matter really at all. I mean, it will, but like endgame, pretty much you're gonna be like, everything's gonna be compensated for, especially on Horizon where they're trying to balance everything out better. So don't worry about that at all. Oh yeah, they're gonna laugh at you. It might just be good fun. If somebody's harassing you, you can even go in the Discord for Horizon and start reporting people if you'd like. I would just blacklist them and ignore them. That's usually the best. I usually don't go the whole Karen route. I mean, you can, and I don't think anybody would fault you for it. I usually don't do that unless somebody's being like a huge problem and I'm worried that they might continue harassing other people. But at that point, someone is going to do it, right? It doesn't have to be me. But there is a Discord, and the GMs, the GMs are really, really responsive, and there's also in the Discord, there's like a bunch of threads that people do, which is like a huge community thing. People have like come up with guides for how to play White Mage on Horizon, because Horizon is very different from what we all grew up with. It's in a good way though. It's era plus. They're changing it in a way that doesn't change it. It just kind of makes it what it should have been, which is like Red Mage should not be the only healing class that you play after level 41. Because White Mage is like supposed to be the healing class. So why does Red Mage outclass them in healing? Because they get Convert and Refresh. They kind of nerfed Red Mage a little bit to make it more kind of normal, I guess. And then they made White Mage better, Yeah. Yeah, people will complain or make fun. Sometimes I think it's actually just, it depends on the context. Yeah, so let's actually get to work. I've been like kind of quietly solving the puzzles. Queen just moved here. What's the idea behind this move? What's the threat? I guess the threat is just, I guess the Queen moved here to make room for the Knight, which would explain why the Knight moved here to move here. So that's like kind of a long-term plan. I believe White has options here. So like there's no really direct threat I see. Oh, except maybe coming in here to try to checkmate. I could develop the Queen, but that, the only idea here is there's a prophylactic move to prevent this move to threaten, because I think like this was not really, I mean, if that were the case, like obviously White probably wouldn't want to do this anyway, because I can just block it with E6. So the idea here is probably just to get the Knight placed here, long-term move. Castling is going to come in. Now, if I could attack this knight twice, I could ruin the pawn structure, and then, you know, white already kind of made a bunch of weak squares on the queen side. So on the king side, if I could do something with the pawns, but the knight's still here. But it looks like white's planning to play knight b3s. So I mean, maybe white would want to push the bishop out first, but then that would ruin the pawn structure, so that doesn't make any sense either way. So I don't think white is planning to chase the bishop. So obviously e6, just a kind of a solid move, just to block that any kind of ideas there. And yeah, e6 in general, it stops any kind of mating attack. Regardless, I don't need to play it now because I would have tempo to do it, if need be. Yeah, sometimes you just get lucky with drops, and maybe I don't know about this, but it's potentially possible that Horizon developers made it easier for subjobs, because subjob was such an annoying thing to do. Everybody needs a subjob at level 18. That's it. Like, it shouldn't be like a ridiculously hard task. I mean, it's your first task, right? Like, the first task is to level up. And I soloed and maybe duoed and trioed all the way to level 45 Thief. I soloed a lot to level 45. Thief is more of a solo class. I know people like to say, oh, Thief, it's not very good in a party. Why isn't it good in a party? It's because Thief is like a solo class, kind of like Beastmaster is. Obviously, it's a basic job. It's not like an advanced job. Beastmaster is like more kind of, it's definitely designed for soloing and small groups. But Thief is too, and Thief is really good for small groups, especially because of trick attack. Trick attack, especially with the Beastmaster. In fact, I would group up with the Beastmasters that were soloing along in the same zones. And so on Thief, you're really gonna solo and duo and trio a lot to 75. Which is good because it's a farming class, which means you get to farm while you do it. You're making gil. So you can use Thief or Beastmaster. Beastmaster, even though it doesn't get Treasure Hunter, you get a lot of gil from playing Beastmaster. If you get Beastmaster to, I mean, obviously it costs a lot of gil to play it too. But and so does Thief if you play it right, because you use crossbow. I use a lot of crossbow. You can actually sleep the monsters, so you can sneak attack them. You can blind them. You use acid bolts, which weakens their defense. Like they're like a very like utility job. Thief is really good for soloing and duo, and like I said, especially with Beastmasters. Like a Beastmaster and a Thief can really get to level 75 really, really smoothly together. Yeah, and also I think Horizon is trying to encourage people to do smaller groups more. It's a lot more fun because you can kind of like just be with your friend and you can kind of just do stuff together. And you can do stuff that like most people won't want to do in a big group. Obviously, if you're something like if you're like a really sought after class like Bard or Corsair or like White Mage, Samurai, White Mage, Reg Mage, Summoner, obviously all of these jobs can solo and duo, but honestly, if you can get a full party together to just like kind of mindlessly get like chains on the IT++ monsters, then do so. But most people don't really have that much time to play. And me and my brother and my cousin, when we played when the game first came out in like 2004, we would actually not party that often when we were playing together. We would actually just like kind of play together. It would just be me and my brother playing, and we would like farm stuff together. Like that's really where most of the game is you just team up with your friends and your link shell mates and stuff like that. Duoing can get you all the way to level 45 plus. It really starts to draw, maybe level 50. You can first of all, you could solo or duo or whatever all the way to level 75. No one's going to stop you. But I'm going to tell you right now, the experience required after you start getting to level like 60 is going to take significantly longer. It's going to take significantly longer to level up once you get to level 60 or so. It really starts kind of picking up, like, it kind of, and also the amount of experience points required to get to level 70 from level 70 to level 75 is the same amount of experience required to get to level 70. If that makes any sense. It takes a lot longer once you get... Wait, it takes a while to get to 75 unless you have like a really dedicated group that's like grinding daily. You could super grind, super sweaty to level 75 relatively quickly if you have an organized group. But most people don't have that situation. Most people are just going to log in here and there, maybe farm up some monsters, and then, in between, like, whatever else they're doing. That's how most sane people play games. I like to grind pretty hard, although I'm trying to not do that so much now. I'm not playing as much grind. But I would say, like, as a white mage, you're pretty set. Oh, you're a warrior. Never mind. You're not set. You need friends. If you're a white mage or a bard or a red mage or a black... Like, if you're any mage... if you're any mage or a support class or a tank, like paladin, warrior is actually... Make sure to use axe and shield. I know a lot of people want to use sword and shield. That's really good for paladin. And also paladin can use club now. Earlier, like at a certain level, the club is the meta because you can restore MP with it. But you need sword and club as paladin. Yeah, thief, you're gonna solo a lot. I'll level up, I could level up with you when you do thief. I could probably do monk or warrior with you. What did you get to level? You got your warrior to level 20. And I would say level up monk. Are you planning on playing warrior past level 37? Because basically warrior is mostly a sub-job class, but you can main as warrior. It's perfectly fine. And I don't know how it is in Horizon, but they probably balanced all the their goal is to balance all the jobs so that they're all useful in endgame. That's their goal. Because what happened with the original run-through was that pretty much you could only play certain jobs in endgame. There was, like, pretty much you just played black mages, red mage. Like, you had maybe, like, 3 red mages or 1 red mage in the entire alliance of 18 people. You would have, like, a whole bunch of black mages. You would have, like, a whole team, like, 2 whole parties of, like, black mages. And then you'd have, like, with, like, a bard. And then you'd have, like, a class, like a paladin, a thief for treasure hunter. And the thief's job was only to pull the monsters, attack it, get on the hate list so it could give treasure hunter, then leave the party, and then they would invite some other damage dealer into the party to actually, like samurai. Or, like, war, like, basically people only played, like, samurai or dark knight. Like, every other melee class was pretty useless in endgame. Or just not ideal. Like, forget about Beastmaster in endgame. But I think they're trying to make it so that anybody can play endgame. Samurai is super OP. If you level Samurai to level 75... Like, if you level Samurai to 75, you will never have a problem getting merit points. Same with Bard, but... Bard is a very special class that if you play Bard, you're never going to play anything else. Because Bard is, like, the most useful support class besides Corsair. Like, if you play Bard or Corsair, it's like GG. Like, you're never going to be asked to play anything else in endgame. Obviously, you get to decide whatever you want, but hopefully you have a link shell that's very, like, relaxed. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you play Bard, you're locking yourself into Bard. Warrior's a good sub-job for most melees. In fact, you'll have to, and I'm speaking on experience from the original retail, which for the the way you think about classic is that assume original retail meta until proven otherwise. So there might be other stuff, like I said, in the Discord. There are threads of discussions on every single job. So there's going to be a thread for samurai that's completely dedicated to people discussing samurai. There is a wiki. Do you know about the wiki? There is a wiki for just specifically for Horizon, but there's also basically it's not filled out yet. So Horizon XI wiki. The Horizon wiki, it might be better now. But basically, welcome to Horizon, out of era content. It's currently based on Chains of Promathia, which is going to have ended on 18th of April 2006, with the release of Odd Urgen. So they're going to release Odd Urgen, by the way. Current patch updates before Treasure Oregon. So they're going to add Treasures of Odd Urgen, Wings of the Goddess, which is going to be when they add Abyssia, which I'm really excited how they're going to do that, because their goal, it's a Forever 75 server. So their goal is to make the content that the players originally believed was going to stay in the current balance. But the developers of the game went in a completely different direction, which is fine because the game is actually pretty fun. You know, I'm playing it now. However, I think with Horizon, their goal is to reimagine it as what their players originally believed it was going to be. And I believe, so let me read this. The release date for this content on Horizon yet to be announced for the staff team. Let me announce exactly as the content released. Air Plus changes. So these are the plan. Once they start rolling out Treasure of Odd Urgen, they're gonna add Snarl, Velocity Shot. What does that do? Yeah, Velocity Shot. That's a really good one for Ranger. A Ranger is also a really good job to have, and it's a really good damage dealer, especially early on. Later on, it kind of balances out, and it's also a little bit underwhelming, at least in original retail. It's a bit underwhelming compared to like maybe Dark Knight or Samurai. Dark Knight and Samurai are like the biggest damage dealing classes in Endgame. Dark Knight, I mean, you're gonna have to spend a lot of time getting best in slot gear, regardless of what you play. However, Dark Knight, I believe, requires a lot more gearing up to start being good than Samurai. Obviously, everything's gonna be good once you start getting like best in slot gear, but Dark Knight, you really have like some problems with it. Because there's like, it relies on having really strong magic accuracy and stuff. And also having like just accuracy in general. There's a meme back from maybe they fixed it in Horizon, but there's a meme for Dark Knight that basically Dark Knight misses every single hit. And you know what's funny is I was like kind of making content back in the original days of Final Fantasy XI. I wrote a song based on, there was a guy who made a song called like, it was about Dark Knight, and it was like a rap. It was pretty good, but I was like, for some reason, I guess I was jealous and I like made fun of it. And I did a song where I like changed my voice so it sounded really low. And it was like Black Mage, because I played Black Mage and I thought Black Mage was like this fucking awesome. And I was like with my mind on my mana and my mana on my mind. It was pretty funny. Maybe it was racist. I don't think that's what racism is. I think nowadays I feel like we understand what racism actually is. Obviously, I didn't do it with the intention of like trying to like be black. Or, like that wasn't what I was talking about. I was like, it's Black Mage. Like, it doesn't matter. If you're a Black Mage, you're just straight up awesome. like if you play Black Mage, it's like you just nuke everything. You can team up and like one shot. Basically, if you time your spells together and you just completely annihilate every monster you kill, like every monster you fight. Yeah, the artifact gear is a really good Yeah, the artifact gear is like your first real like identity in the game. I mean, obviously identity is gradual, but like once you start getting your artifact gear together, like it's like a sense of like accomplishment in the sense that you earned it so well by getting to level 60. You've put so much time, like if you just started with that gear, it wouldn't really mean anything. You know, if your character looked like, you know, because you start off with like, you know, just basic RSE gear, like, you know, Galka are basically wearing like a wrestling uniform. You know, like you're basically naked at the beginning, and then you gradually gear up with like basic like cloth or like basic like you know, like basic stuff, and then you gradually come into your identity as you get higher level. It's and then by the time you get level 75 and you start getting like the best in slot gear, like, and you start, you know, and also I like how you can use style lock. So once you get gear unlocked, as you know, once you get gear unlocked, you can customize the way your character looks, which gives you even more sense of identity. But you have to come into that identity, and I think that's a really good metaphor for life, is that you don't just start out with an identity, you create it yourself over time. And you know, a lot of stuff in our identity is pretty much like we determine pretty early on, and everyone's different. You know, like everybody has an idea of like who they are. You know, when you're a kid, it kind of jumps back and forth. And then, you know, some people, they really kind of attach themselves to certain parts of their identity from an early age. Like some people know their gender identity really early. Like there's, you know, and this isn't even just about trans people. Like from like age of 3 or 4, there's people that are like, you know, totally like they're a boy or they're a girl, and they don't care what other people think. They're like, oh, a real boy is supposed, like, you know, like boys aren't supposed to do this, or girls aren't supposed to do this. And it's like, well, you know, some boys and girls are like, screw that. Like, you know, if you're a boy, like, why is there any reason why a boy can't, you know, play with dolls? You know, they play with action figures. Instead, they have to say that, like, oh, you have to play with action figures for, like, you know, for, like, Spider-Man or whatever. You know, how is that any different than playing with a Barbie doll? But what if a boy wants to play with Barbie dolls and play dress up? Like, what's wrong with that? Like, dressing up, you know, there's Barbie and there's Ken. Like, they're dolls. It has literally nothing to do with, like, whether you're a boy or a girl. But also, you know, like, people telling girls that they have to wear makeup, and then, you know, and earlier on, that they have to, like, wear dresses, that they have to do their hair a certain way, or that they can't play sports or whatever, you know? That's all ridiculous. But, you know, some people, you know, obviously kids don't really know enough about the world to decide their career when they're like 3 or 4 or 5, right? So, like, obviously a 5-year-old's going to be like, I want to be a firefighter, or like, I want to be an astronaut, or whatever. But that's really something that you dedicate your life to. It's not something that you just decide. It's something that happens over time. Whereas, like, something like gender is, like, literally just a self-identified thing that is really, I mean, obviously it's going to evolve. I didn't really identify so much with gender so much early on. I didn't really think of myself as a boy or a girl. I just kind of went along with what people told me until people, you know, people started harassing me for not being, quote unquote, what a boy is supposed to be. And so I actually kind of fought back against it instead of fighting back in the way where I just kind of didn't listen to them, which obviously we'll never know how things would have turned out. I know that I'm trans and I've always been trans, but we don't know exactly how that would have, you know, maybe I would have come into my identity sooner if I just stopped caring what other people thought. But at the same time, I dealt with it in the best way I knew how, and the way that people around me kind of, the way society was, is they did not like trans people, and they still kind of don't. They still pretty much, a lot of places in the world do not like trans people at all. And so it's highly discouraged, which is ridiculous, because why should someone be discouraged for who they are? And there's plenty of, I don't need to talk about this, but there's plenty of discourse on it. But I was kind of forced to kind of think less about, like, I basically tried to be a boy harder. Like, I was like, I acted really toxically because I saw other boys act that way. And I was like trying to be like them, but it was really bad. And like, I was never really one of them. And I was definitely never a boy. Like, I was just like a girl who was born with a certain, like DNA configuration. So there was anatomical differences, but I've never been a boy. And so it's like if you force a girl to be a boy, it's not just about trans girls or trans women. It's like there's a lot of cisgender women who have that same experience too, where they're surrounded by a lot of boys, and like they're kind of like they want to fit in, so they kind of act more boyish, and that's a different kind of thing. It doesn't necessarily mean, in fact, that's the same experience that I had. Was that I was a girl who was always around boys and who was expected to be like the boys, which a lot of cisgender women have experienced. And I think trans men, you'd have to, obviously everyone's different, not just trans women and not just trans men, not just cisgender men, not just cisgender women. Everyone's different. And so it's like, you can't just have this big catch-all. Yeah, and then there's sexuality. Like, that's a thing that's completely even different. Sexuality, I didn't have any idea, really. And I forced myself to, like, think that I was, like, only interested in women for, like, my entire life. But it took transitioning and coming to terms with my gender identity and living as a woman to feel comfortable expressing my sexuality, which is yes. Because my sexuality is yes. I'm into whatever I'm into. That's called pansexual, but it's easier to just tell people you're bi. I'm gonna be honest. Like, socially, it's a lot easier to just tell people that you're bi. But I don't really consider it that way. But yeah, warrior's definitely a good subjob for samurai, to answer your question. Warrior is going to be a good subjob for Dark Knight, for Samurai, for Paladin, for basically any melee class. Now Thief, you're probably going to sub. You're probably going to sub Ninja. You're probably going to sub Dancer whenever that comes out. Dancer is going to be a really good one. But yeah, in Horizon, you want to use a shield if you're tanking. It doesn't matter if you're a warrior or if you're a paladin or a warrior. I know that people want to use the two-handed weapons, but early on for any class except for samurai and like Dark Knight, and maybe that's even debatable about Dark Knight or whatever, but basically you do not want to use two-handed weapons until probably after level 30, if not like level 40 plus. And for warrior, you're probably going to want to use just axe and shield, one-handed axe. Yeah, so warrior is like the most useful melee subjob. It gives you berserk, which increases your attack. It gives you double attack, which is actually the most important reason to subjob it after level 50, because level 25 warrior, you get double attack. And yeah, don't use, you can use great, keep it skilled up. Keep it skilled up. But I'm going to tell you right now, like, if you're tanking, use one-handed axe and shield. And keep your one-handed axe skilled up for that reason. And also later on, you might be dual-wielding axes, although I think Horizon might be trying to diminish the reliance on they might be trying to reduce the reliance on Utsusemi so much, but they're also trying to reduce the reliance on dual wielding, I think, because they want to encourage people to use different kinds of subjob configurations that we all thought was going to be what Square Enix was going to do, because they made so many options for subjob, but then they ended up basically just only having one meta for every single job, which was sub ninja and just melee to death, zerg everything. That was the one meta for endgame. It was just everybody subs, all the melees sub ninja, and you basically just zerg everything. And then mostly melees weren't even very useful. You would just get a team of black mages together and have a red mage gravity and kite it. That was actually the #1 method. And there's a whole bunch of stuff to do. And I think maybe Horizon is going to start. Maybe their idea is to try to make things a lot more varied. It might not be too apparent until they start doing Wings of the Goddess and Abyssia, I'm guessing. Because a lot of the Odd Ergen content is going to be more of that. More zerging, more of that. But I think once you get to Abyssia, I'm really excited to see what Horizon's going to do with Abyssia to keep it balanced for level 75. Because Abyssia was when they started raising the level cap to level 80, to level 85, to level 90, and then 99. And then once they released Adulin, they completely shoved all that aside entirely. Adulin got rid of every single piece of content before it. Pretty much. Every single piece of content coming before Adulin is like completely just, now it's just busy work. Which is fine because there's a ton of content once you get to level 119. Because nowadays in retail, you got to level 99, I think that was where Abyssia was. But when they added Adulin, they added eye level gear. And that completely undermined all the content before it. So now, obviously, that's why current retail is forever going to be different. But I think Era Plus, they're aiming to not do that. And so I think Abyssia is going to be really fun to see how they balance that for level 75, and it's going to be pretty easy to do that. I think what they're going to do is, because what Abyssia did was it used a system called Atma, and what Atma does is it like gives you additional stats. And so if they're going to keep it level 75, all they have to do is just tweak the stat boosts. They can tweak it so that you don't have to level past 75 to do it. So you're going to be higher level when you're in Abyssia, but then you're still not going to break the previous content before it. So you can still do like Dynamis with the same difficulty. It's not going to be super just busy work like it is now. Like right now, you can do the earlier Dynamis and you can do it completely on your own. You don't need anybody else, which is kind of like, yeah, it's good because you want to get to the later content, because the later content, the 119 plus content, the eye level content, is so insanely involved that you don't need all the other content. Like, it basically replaced everything. It basically makes getting to endgame the start of endgame, which is, that makes it, that's basically the start of the game. Everything else is just busy work before that. Yeah, you're going to experience a ton of things you've never played. The game is amazing. Try not to burn out because it's a very long-term game. I played over the course of 6 years, and I had like 2 years of in-time gameplay. Now maybe I overdid it because I was in high school and I played, like, sometimes I would play for like 8 to 10 hour to 14 hour binge sessions, but that's more of a, a youth thing. That's more of like, I was a kid and I was like kind of stupid, and we just like drank lots of energy drinks and LAN partied on the weekends and got stoned and stuff. Yeah, so like, there's all that kind of stuff, that you do when you're a teenager. But you're in for a treat if you really have the patience to just give it a chance and to just go really slowly and just hang out with your friends. And just don't try to get too much done, because I'm going to tell you right now, the game is an endless grind. And if you treat it as some kind of like, I need to get this goal, there's going to be a goal after that. So you're going to constantly be moving the goalposts. And so if you treat the game like that, it's never going to be fun. So you got to treat it as like, it's the journey, not the destination. And it's a lot like life. And it's not for everyone. It's a very niche game. I feel like it is literally the most involved player versus environment, or PvE, experience out of every MMO that has ever been made, except maybe old school, like super original school EverQuest, but that's debatable because I don't think anybody liked playing EverQuest. I think people played EverQuest because they just wanted to just, you know, poop in a sock. Okay, I gotta stop procrastinating from this position. I don't really know what to do here. I'm thinking I need to just play e6 to prepare bishop e7 and then castle. I can't really see any direct idea other than that. But I guess that's not the move. Oh, tibia? That sounds like part of the female anatomy. I'm so excited. How many people get to actually fulfill, like, what they need? Like, there's people who are like, obviously, I think most people have, at some point, have, like, casually thought what life would be like if they lived as a different gender. I think most people think about that, like, for a little bit. But the difference is that the reason why trans people need to transition and need to go through, in some cases, medical treatment and surgical treatment. Oh, Ultima Online. That's like the most... Yeah, Ultima Online. I heard that was like the most like involved MMO, like in the old days. Like it was what started it all, right? Hmm. Oh, duh. So obviously, you're threatening the queen. I don't know why I didn't realize that. So you have to move the queen back. So this was a mistake from white. Obviously. That's why I was like, why would white move here? And I didn't know exactly why. I think I subconsciously knew because, oh. What? I guess it doesn't really accomplish much, but still, it wins some tempo. I guess there might be a better move. I'm not seeing any direct ideas. Yeah, I'm not seeing any direct ideas. I'm not seeing any direct ideas at all. Maybe I'm just stupid. Oh. I'm stupid. I'm stupid as hell. Clearly, white made a huge blunder. I was under the assumption that white made a correct move. That's a huge mistake. I was under the assumption that white made a good move. But that's an extreme blunder for obvious reasons now. I don't know why I wasn't looking at obvious moves. It's because I assumed this was a good move and I was calculating like, okay, like, but that's a mistake. I need to look for the solution, not for some kind of clever move. Like, chess isn't some kind of like... Honestly, it doesn't matter how you get to the conclusion so much. It's just, the only thing that matters is playing the effective move. It's about playing smarter, not harder. Which is what I need to practice in life, because I'm really good at working hard, but I'm not good... That means nothing. I guess it doesn't mean nothing. But working hard is not how you succeed in life or in chess at all. Like, it doesn't... Like, working hard is not how you achieve success in chess or in life. Working hard is required once you find the path, once you find you need to work smart. You need to find what you need to do, which I found a while ago. But working on it that's where the work comes in. Because knowing the path doesn't necessarily mean that it's easy. But you have to know the path first. And once I found the path, I'm like, okay, I know what I need to do now. I know what makes me money. I know what I love doing. There's just one body part that I need to change to be psychologically able to do it, because it's getting more and more difficult to try to do it, especially if the only reason to do it is like money, because there's more reasons to do it than just money. But finding your job, finding your career path, finding your purpose should not be motivated just by money. Obviously, everybody needs money. That's a default. Okay, so you need to factor that out of your thinking, because no matter what you're doing, you're going to have to make money. So you have to be able to psychologically handle what you're doing. And I found something I'm really good at that people really enjoy. Makes a lot of people happy, makes me happy. But when I'm getting closer to this surgery, it's even harder to show up, because it's like I'm just being reminded more and more of the psychological reasons why I need the surgery. And it's impossible to show up now without feeling psychological distress. Whereas like at first, it's like I'm able to like kind of distance myself from the problem. And it's getting closer and more real. And there's real emotions coming up. There's real fears coming up. But, that's where resolve comes in, because I know what I need to be happy. And I'm never going to be happy. Especially, I'm never going to be successful in a career. No matter what people think of me, it's never going to be enough, because people are very happy with things the way they are. People are very happy with the body part I have. But it doesn't matter what other people think, because if I'm not happy, what's the point of all this? If I can make like millions of dollars, but nothing can repair my brain, nothing can repair my life experience. What's the point of all the money? And also I'm not even going to be able to make the money if I can't even show up. So it's a moot point. And obviously people out there might be really fucking naive and stupid and think that like, oh, you're only getting surgery so that you can be successful. It's like, that's a stupid fucking reason. Because if I didn't need the surgery, I'd be really fucking happy right now. If I was happy with the way my body looked right now, I would be able to thrive in the industry, because being a trans woman in that industry, it's almost like career suicide. Maybe not for me, but I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe I have presuppositions. But it's pretty much difficult. It's more difficult to do my industry with a vagina as a trans woman than it is to do that industry with a penis as a trans woman. Because people literally go to that category specifically for dick girls, okay? So but if I'm not happy, my fans aren't going to be happy. Maybe some of them, but they're not real my fans. They're not really my viewers. They're just casual enjoyers. And my real fans, they understand why I need this surgery, and they're going to support me as much as they're going to support me. I can't ask them to do anything. I'm glad they're still around. In fact, the moderators are still there, even if I don't show up for like 6 months. They still show up. So I'm doing something right. And once you strike gold, you know your path, that's where the hard work comes in. Oh, well, thank you, Slicer. Thank you. Okay, let's go to, we did enough puzzles for now. Let's just play some random bullet just for fun. Oh yeah, first of all, we might be able to get a couple people joining our, joining the game. Let me put leechess.org into the title. Okay. You know, I do not have an ideal studio setup. Obviously, it doesn't particularly matter right now, but hopefully one day I can get a better studio setup. Like, hopefully I can get a better studio setup. And I could do better... And hopefully I can get resources outside of myself. Like, you know, find, other things besides just... I shouldn't have to do everything on my own. Obviously, that's where you have to start. But my goal is to assemble a team of experts and not be on my own, because I hate being on my own. I like working with people. Oop, I made a mistake there. That was a huge blunder. Why did I not take the queen? That was a huge blunder too. Oh well, it doesn't particularly matter. As long as I don't lose on time. Yikes. Yikes. Just take it all. Just take it all. I don't need it. Take it all. Yeah, checkmate. Let's try to focus a little bit more. Okay, here we go. What the hell is that blue thing? Oh, yeah, that's... Oh, yeah, that's text-to-speech. Okay. Oh no! Should have taken the rook. Oops. I'll cut my losses. Oh, I should. Ah. Okay, at this point, I just have to, like, remove. There we go. Win's a win. We take those. Star Trek Voyager's blink of an eye? We can't watch that on stream. I mean, I know I'm lazy with content, but not that lazy. I feel like there must be like something going on with like people getting like, you know, marketing deals or whatever with like streaming services. Because otherwise, like, I mean, maybe it's just so janky that nobody even like people with 80,000 concurrent viewers are like just ignored by these giant mega corporations. But at the same time, like, I almost think that there's like they get deals to like expose people to the streaming expose people to the streaming service so that like they can get more customers. Oops. Okay. This is getting really sweaty here. I'm losing. Oh no, I could have taken it. What is wrong with me? Okay, here we go. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? What is wrong? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? What is wrong? Okay, just stay alive at this point. Okay. Oh. 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 Yikes. Yeah, if there was an all-in-one streaming service, you just have to pay for one streaming service and you got every single movie. Like, what the hell? Like, people have to pay, like, one, like, you know, $10 subscription. And, like, they're just paying, like, 12 different subscriptions if they want to watch movies. Obviously, I canceled, like, a whole bunch of mine. Because, like, obviously, as much as, like, I'm at a time in my life right now where pretty much I don't have much to do and just, like, watch TV and stuff, but keep myself, like, just, you know, just keep myself alive. I could have taken a bishop. Okay, let's just trade. Let's cut our losses here. Oops. All right. Yeah, and I really hate how, like, everybody, like, it's like, now you don't even own the movies. Well, I mean, you never technically own them, but, like, you can't, like, you buy a DVD And as long as it works, as long as it's not scratched or anything, you own it forever. You're not gonna like, they're not gonna come to your house and take it away. But now you're basically just renting everything. Even if you like bought a movie off of Amazon, if Amazon decided to remove that movie from their library for whatever legal reasons, because some company is like deciding that they don't want that movie anymore because of licensing issues or whatever. Like, it's just like now you no longer have like what you had. Whereas like before, like you have the DVD, you have the DVD. Oops. It's not defended at all. Okay. Whoops. Whoops. I just saved my queen. Oops. Oops. Yikes. But yeah, like it's like if you owned the DVDs before, you had you had them in your library forever, like they were a book. But like the physical things are like dying out, and it's like, well, now we're at like the behest, like we're at the like you know, the whims of like streaming services, and that's why like this whole like these strikes are happening, because the people who actually like the lifeblood of these movies that we love, the actors, the writers, the you know, everybody involved, all the you know, the stagehands and all that, all the people who actually make the movies that and you know, because they would not exist if it were just for these people with like, you know, endless pockets. You know, it would not exist because they are not talented. They're really talented at making money. Very, very, very talented at making money. But making money doesn't make a good movie. Okay? Like, a good movie is made by talented writers and actors and all the people involved. Like, there's tons of people involved. It employs, like thousands of people. Like, in those big, giant blockbuster movies. And so the streaming services, they just, like, basically just... they can decide like whatever, they can just cancel something because it earned like 1% less or 0.05% less than the other movie, and so they're gonna like cancel the next season, and everybody that was involved in this insanely hard work of making a movie actually work are just completely left in the dust. They're basically just tossed aside just because the movie didn't make as much money as the executive producers wanted, or whatever. Or because the streaming service decided, not even the producers of the show, or the movie, or whatever. Like, just someone decided that it wasn't worth it. And so now all these people are out of work. Because they can't, you know, they have to find a new job now. And it's like, there was literally, like, the fans loved the show. Like, what, you know, and nowadays, I think things are going to go back. I think Rob Schneider is, like, on the right path. We're pretty much heading into, like, indie development being, like, the future. Because clearly, the Hollywood executives and all that are so out of touch with reality. It's just like how people are, like, you know, trying to take the action back from, like, Twitch. Because Twitch isn't going to do shit for the content creators. They're going to give you, like, a stage. And obviously, you could try to make Twitch do better, and that's not going to stop. You can walk and chew gum at the same time. But I think the answer is like stuff like, obviously, like, you know, like making alternative platforms that people can use, making your, like, you know, streamer created platforms, and also like orgs like OTK and such, like trying to do like you know, shows to like elevated to try to give smaller creators a chance, like stuff like that. Like, that is the future of content creation, is actually the people making the content being in control. And so I think that it might be a blessing in disguise that all the shitty things are happening. Obviously it's not a good thing, But at the same time, I think it's like a blessing in disguise. Okay, I need to focus. Okay, I won on time. There we go. That person likes saxophone, apparently. Yeah, super standards, profiting. It's not even profiting. It's profiteering. There's a difference. And it's like they're already profiting. So what are they? Why are they so greedy? Like, people are profiting. And obviously not everybody's profiting. That's a lot of the reason why these strikes are happening. Is because obviously not everybody is a super A-list top tier celebrity. Like, what about all the working actors, the people who are making like minimum wage, basically? Everyone, like, people like to think about actors as like these, like, you know, well-off people, and it's like, and then obviously people know inherently that acting is tough and that most people don't make it, but there are working actors, which is fine. And some people aren't okay with that. They only want to be famous, and they aren't happy until they're famous. That's a different problem. That's a psychological problem. If you're an actor, you shouldn't care about whether or not you're famous or making millions. The acting, the work itself should be what matters to you. The work is what matters. Because why else would you do this? Why else would you be an entertainer? Why else would you perform? Why else would you be an actor? Why else would you be a musician? In my opinion, there's no reason to do it unless you love it. Unless it's something you need to do. It's not about money. You just need money. Like I said, money is a default. You need money to live. That's it. So it's like, obviously, there should be protections for people to get more than just the bare minimum, to be able to actually, you know, take care of themselves and or their and their family. Not everybody has a family to take care of. Some people are just taking care of themselves, which is my future. I do not want to raise kids. I can't have kids, but I don't want to raise kids either. That terrifies me. Kids make me really uncomfortable because you never know what they're gonna do, and there's so much pressure. Like, you have to take care of them. So it's like, you know, but like, what about all the people who are like working actors? And then it's just, there's this mindset that like, oh yeah, you shouldn't be an actor because, you know, like, you know, you have to actually, you know, don't chase your dreams. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, who decided that? Like, can't we give protections to people so that like being an actor isn't like a death sentence to your financial stability? Like, shouldn't there be protections for like people who want to be writers or actors or anything like that? Like, plenty of people watch movies. Plenty of people read books. So why is that not considered a real job? It is labor. It's just not the labor that people have traditionally considered to be labor. And it's ridiculous because, I don't know, it's like so many people absorb this content on a daily basis. It makes millions and millions of dollars. For some. So, I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like, people need to take the control. And it's going to be really tough, but like, people need to take back control over like who actually makes this happen. Because obviously the money is required, and that's why the executives have so much say in everything. But I think like the future is like giving power back to the creators, and we're living more and more in that reality because now we have like all these different things going on. Oops. Damn it. Well, that's the end of that tournament. Have you played other FFS? You mean FPS? Oh, Final Fantasies. Yeah, I played Final Fantasy since Final Fantasy VII. And then I played Final Fantasy 1, played Final Fantasy 2. I never beat that one. I played Final Fantasy 3. I played Final Fantasy 4. I played Final Fantasy 5. I played Final Fantasy 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I never beat 12 or anything after that. I've never even really played 13. I played some 14. I got to like level 30 on like Lancer or something like that. And I've never played 15 or 16. Final Fantasy 2 is really, it's like the weird, it's like you know how the clarinet is a thing? And then alto clarinet is a thing? You know, debatable? No, alto clarinet is actually a really, really, really useful instrument in like Turkey and like and just in general the Middle East. Like alto clarinet or like E flat clarinet. Sometimes there's a G clarinet. I don't know if people actually use that one. I don't know if that one that one might be like a really rare one, only in like Turkey. But I know that clarinet is a really useful instrument in Middle Eastern music. But alto clarinet not so useful in Western music. At least, I mean, in contemporary, yeah, but like not in classical music. Yeah, like 13. I don't know. I didn't really like 13. The battle system kind of felt. It kind of felt like you're just. I mean, when I just like playing it at all, you basically just start like pressing the button over and over. Let's try to play some regular. Let's play. Let's just play some 5 minutes blitz. Yeah, let's go back to a London system. Oh, no. Okay. Remember, we're not playing Bullet, okay? Bobby Fishfinger? What the heck? Okay, let's just go with this. And there's like a resurgence in chess right now because PogChamps is going on again. Honestly, compared to 3 years ago, I have like completely lost interest a lot in the chess content. Like, I mean, maybe since like 2021, but like really, like I have fell off of chess so much. But I don't know, it's always going to be here, and we're playing right now, so. Okay, let's just get developed. Okay, so this. Probably going to think about pushing here, but I don't know if that's going to be worth my time, so I can probably just develop. Well, now there's a weak square here, so I'm going to take advantage of that. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why Final Fantasy II was not very well liked. It's like the alto clarinet of Western music. Alto clarinet just didn't really work with the sound that was like the composers were not really. They were trying to make a very specific kind of sound, and alto clarinet just didn't really fill that role. It really fills the role of like more Eastern music. Like it has that, like, you know, like when you ever hear like those music in like deserts and like Egypt and all that kind of stuff, like in movies specifically, like they have like the wow, wow, like it has that really like kind of Middle East sound. Like it's really good for that. Alto clarinet is really kind of like it has that like kind of twangy sound, and like that's the instrument that's being played. It's like an alto clarinet. And I think there's like a straight clarinet. They don't use the curved bell in the in Western music they made like a more Western style one, but it's not very often used. It's a very rare instrument. Okay, I'm just continuing to develop. I could take with that and then open up the rook here. but maybe just moving the rook over. But it just like obviously. Oh, okay. That's just gonna have to happen. Doubling up my pawns. Now play Final Fantasy. Oh, you said now play Final Fantasy 2. Yeah, so maybe obviously take their... Let's get the rook situated here so that when I push, takes. Okay, that's definitely a free move now. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. No, it's not yet. I'm playing really badly. As usual. Final Fantasy V is probably the most iconic in my mind besides Final Fantasy VII. Obviously, Final Fantasy VII is the most iconic in the series. It was the one that really pushed the PlayStation's limits. Like the Sony PlayStation, the original PS1. Well, not the original PS1. I mean the original PlayStation. Like, the hardware on there was very different. And, like, from the Super Nintendo... Like, it was like a huge deal. Final Fantasy VII was like groundbreaking. But obviously, once you play it enough times, like obviously it's only gonna play out one way. It's like a movie. And you know, I haven't played the remake yet. Oh god, let's just not even play chess. Let me get into Final Fantasy. You were talking about Horizon, so let's get into Horizon. I need to farm. Let me change. Let me change it to Final Fantasy 11 online. Ferris being our trans icon. She's gender non-conforming. She's not trans. She lived as a man, though, so that I guess that... I guess that... But, I mean... It's really kind of interesting. I'm not going to, like, decide a character's gender for them, but, like... It's kind of debatable whether or not she was really trans, or I guess he... Whether Ferris is a he... Because Ferris did, define her... Like, said that she was a woman. She was just living as a man, like, to like, but as soon as they knew, she like came out to like, as a woman to her crew, and they like, I mean, spoilers here, so cover your ears if you don't want spoilers. Oh, I already did. For the people watching. Yeah, gender non-conforming for sure. Or I guess non-binary. But like, I don't know. I feel like the character, like she came out as like saying like, oh, I'm actually a woman. And like, I don't want to decide someone's gender for them. And it's a fictional character. So there's that. All right, let's get into Horizon. I have to run my little, I use Windower because there is a Horizon does have like a really good add-on now that's basically a Windower. However, I also play retail, and that I don't know, I just don't like, I'd rather use Windower because I already have it configured. But with Windower, you have to change I have to use a script to change the DAT files every time I play one or the other. Oh yeah, oops. You know what I forgot to do? Now I'm gonna have to crash the game. I forgot to load anti-micro, which is gonna crash the game. Okay. Yeah, she looks like Butts. I mean Bart's. She looks like Bart's and Galuf. Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing that she really kind of like. Yeah, she's like she's like gender non-conforming. I don't say cross-dresser. I mean she's like a drag king. Like I think that was the idea they were going for. I don't think they were trying to be a trans. I mean, not gender non-conforming is also trans, like in a way. Not like trans masculine or trans feminine though. Although I don't know. It's really hard to tell. I'm pretty sure Ferris is just I think it's open-ended. You know, because not everybody is required to talk about their gender identity, and it's like I really don't think. I mean, it that wasn't part of the story. It was just a small part. Was that like she was living in drag, but then she stopped. Like she like came out and like said, "Oh, I'm actually a woman." I mean, it's debatable on whether or not the social acceptance of trans people was a thing in like whether or not it was. Oh, that might kill it. Which means I don't get the TH. Yeah, basically farming beehive chips. Yeah, the best thing is to just not think about it. Just kill the monsters. That's about it. Just don't think about it. Just like with like, you know, like a fictional character's gender identity, like whether or not the person is trans or non-conforming or whatever. Like it really doesn't matter. It's fun to think about, but I think the only reason we think about it is because it's on our mind. And obviously it's on my mind because I'm trans, but honestly, I'm steering more and more away from identifying myself as a trans person. Like, I just identify as a woman. Like most women, I think, identify as a woman. Not every woman identifies so closely with their gender, though, either. In the end of the day, I'm just a human soul. And I have my own... Oh, speaking of Final Fantasy V... or is it Final Fantasy VI? No, this is we're just talking about Final Fantasy, and now Final Fantasy VI is playing. Okay, so what do I want to do today? I'm doing a little bit of farming for now, but I really want to get Black Mage. Really want to get Black Mage leveled up. Like, how much inventory do I have? How about we fill up my inventory? And then I'll get back on... Then I'll get back on Black Mage. I don't even know. It deals double damage. So this might scale better. But I mean... Apparently Wasp Sting is just better than Viper Bite now in Horizon. Last time I checked. Ah! Oh, triple attack hit. Yeah, Horizon is my community game. Retail is what I play, you know, when I'm just like wanting to play, and that's like more private because it's like with my brother. Like that's the game my brother plays. He doesn't play Horizon. He made a character in Horizon. He made Ray-chan. Which was our character we made based on, like, Sailor Moon character Ray. Ray-chan. Yeah, when you don't want to deal with people play retail, when you are definitely wanting to deal with people play Horizon. But honestly, there's stuff that you need to do in Horizon, but, like, I feel like that's to serve the goal of the community. Like, obviously, like, should I level up Thief? You don't need to level up Thief. Treasure Hunter is nice, but it's not required. You can make a lot of gil in the game without Treasure Hunter. In fact, some of the best ways to make gil don't even involve Treasure Hunter at all. Like doing BC&M. Now, if you want to do BC&M, I would level up Red Mage to 40. Because that'll be your most useful catch-all job to do BC&M. So if you really want to do BC&M, either level up Beastmaster, Red Mage, or Ninja, or Black Mage. Those are like the 4 most useful jobs, or Blue Mage, but they haven't added Blue Mage yet, I don't think. Yeah, they haven't added Otorigan yet, so they're still in Chains of Promathia. Blue Mage is obviously good for everything. Just Blue Mage in every single Final Fantasy game, or at least, you know, in Final Fantasy 11 and 14 specifically, Blue Mage is like the most OP job, but it's the most difficult to play, really. Like, I mean, I don't know about that, but like, it just takes a lot of preparation because you have to learn your spells, and then you have to like and you also have to have different configurations of spells. You have to have different gear sets for everything. Obviously, every job is like that. But Blue Mage is super OP in like every single thing that they do. Like, it's a good solo class. They're really good in a group. Like, depending on how you play and what you're trying to do. But honestly, if you want to do VC&Ms, that's going to be a really good way to make gil. Because you get items like Refresh and stuff like that, or like, you know, you get gear and items and like spells that you can't get any other way. Summoner, as long as you have somebody who is like, you can solo at level 20 all the fights with the tuning forks. Or you can have a friend solo the primes for you. And for the quests. Because there's 2 different quests for Summoner. There's the ones you can solo, that you have to solo. And there's the ones that are like the general quests that you need to do for Fenrir. And Diablos is, you have to get Chains Promathia after a certain point to do Diablos. But mostly after that, it's pretty much like as long, you just have to keep your skill capped, and then Summoner's pretty set. Like you just have to get some gear later on. There's some really good gear, and Carbuncle's mitts are really required, pretty much, for soloing specifically. But Summoner is not going to take as much preparation as Blue Mage, because Blue Mage has to like farm every single spell in the game that they have. You can't just buy them. So like Blue Mage is going to be the most... It's not pay to win. Like you have to grind every single spell. And sometimes it can take like days to get a single spell. Technically, you don't need every single spell. However, I'm a completionist, so I like getting the most important spells first, obviously, but I'm going to get all of them when I play Blue Mage. And honestly, the cool thing about this game is that you're playing your character, not your job. Like, you're not playing like a warrior, you're playing your character. Yeah, when are you gonna play next? Because it would be nice to go to go do some stuff, but for now I'm just gonna be farming. And like, I don't know, I'm gonna get on Black Mage and like, maybe, just do some soloing while seeking party, or maybe I'll make my own party. I don't know. I need to solo a bit too, just to get some buffer. I don't know when, and maybe Hoju the Torrent, the NM here might even spawn. That person might be AFK. I might be the only one here. So I might even get the NM. Are you gonna play tonight? Yeah, I can get back on later tonight. Because I only generally stream for like maybe like 2-hour sessions. Like I said before, I'm not really focused on streaming or content creation. I'm just kind of here just chilling out right now at this point in my life. But I'm going to get back to content creation full force after I'm going to take a huge break. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to take a break, because the thing about streaming in general, but also just content creation in general. Content creation specifically, I'm already taking a break from. I need to recharge. But for streaming, I think I'm literally going to be taking the first entire month of my surgery recovery off. However, I'm probably at maybe the first week I'm going to be just focused on just resting. But honestly, I'm going to be restless, because I'm going to be recovering in bed. I'm probably... I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to pull this off. I think I'm going to... Yeah, I might bring my computer with me to where I'm recovering. I'm going to be in a different environment that I'm living in, so... Add me on Discord? Yeah. It's Rebecca Lauren, same as my Twitch. They don't use the hashtags they don't use the number sign, the pound sign anymore. It was 9580. But yeah, you can add me. It's just Rebecca Lauren on Discord. And Or I might already be in a server you're in. Well, yeah, don't, you don't have to call, I usually don't call people. Yeah, if you want to organize Final Fantasy stuff, and if you ever want to be on stream, I'm not using Discord for random people I don't know anymore, because now they allow guest star. So if you ever want to be on stream, we can use guest star. And then I won't be held liable for, you know, whatever. Oh, I mean, actually, I have a delay on my audio now, so if anything happened, I have 5 seconds to cancel it. So I'm pretty safe, actually. Although guest star, I think, is a good feature. And I think for webcam stuff, that a guest star would be better. Because, like, I can't always be monitoring someone's webcam. And who knows what somebody could do on a webcam, you know. I just have to be really careful whenever I have guests. I generally, like, screen people. At some point, I have to just trust people, but, you know, there's a process. And, you know, I need to come up with some boilerplate NDA contracts. Oh yeah, I'll check that in a bit. I'm just... Okay, I got a friend request. Twice slicer. Yeah, I like your profile picture. It's like a little bunny rabbit with a knife. It's like it's a cute thing that's like gonna murder. It's always kind of a funny meme. It's like a little teeny bunny rabbit that's like, I have a knife. Like it's like it's so creepy, you know. There's something creepy about the juxtaposition of that. It challenges our preconceptions. You know, it's so weird how we judge people based on how they look. Like, you know, it's like people who are like bigger or scarier looking. Like how do you know if that person's scary or not? What if they're just really nice? But yeah, I'm definitely need to get Black Mage up for White Mage, but level 17, I get Warp. Specifically, because I'm tired of having to blood warp on Paladin. Eventually, I want to level my Paladin, so can't keep it at level 3 forever. Elsa Brooks. Welcome to the chat. I saw you there. You think I didn't notice? Can't hide from me. Hi. Hi, Elsa. How are you doing? We're just playing some Final Fantasy on Horizon. Just chilling. It's kind of what I'm doing nowadays. Taking a huge step back from content for quite a while. I mean, it sucks because I'm not making any money, but like, I got SSI, so I got my needs taken care of, pretty much. Kind of scary sometimes going into the negative from time to time, but I'm getting the money back. Enemy spotted. No, it's not an enemy. Elsa's our friend. Let it go. Let it go. Can't hold me back anymore. Bum bum. Yeah, I need to work on my resonance for singing because it sounds so bad. I know people say I sound good singing. I sound absolutely terrible, okay? Not the way I want to sound. I want a more female resonance in my singing, especially in higher pitch, and that takes a lot of training. So, I mean, I don't know. In general, I think my speaking voice is pretty okay to where I want it, but singing is another story entirely. And I know I'm very aware of how I sound. It's not like I'm like blind, or I mean deaf. Okay, I'm not deaf. I'm not stupid. I know that like I don't sound perfect as a singer. I have to retrain my entire vocal structure from scratch. Not from scratch, but like basically from scratch. Hi, welcome to the stream. Yeah, sorry to call you out like that. I know sometimes people just kind of want to lurk. But yeah, we're just all about chilling here. I'm going through a medical journey right now that a lot of my viewers have kind of been along for the ride with. Right now is not really about content. It hasn't really been about content for the past 4 years. Even though obviously I wanted to... Every content creator wants to create content and grow an audience. And I do have a viewer... I do have a bunch of people in my community. So they're, you know, I'm not failing. So it's not about like failing. It's not about like winning or losing. You know, it's just... I have built a community. And, you know, you're here now. So, you know, there's been a bunch of people popping in, and the way communities work is, you know, just people pop in, you know, and people pop out. It's just how it is. However, I want my community to understand that the past 4 years have all been preparation. As much as I want, obviously, while you're doing something, you want to grow and you want to improve. And I have been, but I'm going to tell you right now, we haven't even started my content creation journey. I've been having to go through this medical thing. And so I mean, I guess I have been making content. Because I've been basically journaling my entire, you know, medical journey, my entire transition from male to female, you know, transitioning socially, starting hormones 4 years ago, getting my orchiectomy, getting my facial feminization, and now I'm waiting for my bottom surgery. It's all happening, and it's all a dookie. It's all a matter. It's all a culmination of my hard work, my dedication, my unwavering commitment to myself, and I've shared that with the world in a way that I'm happy with. That even if if right now nobody knows I exist or whatever, people do, but even if right now it doesn't really seem like I'm gonna make it as a content creator, I've done something that most people will never do, which is document a very serious medical journey in a way that I don't think anybody else has. So I've accomplished something. I'm very proud of it. And I'm continuing to document it. And it's not going to end just because I get a surgery. It's not a movie. Okay, this isn't just some like, oh, as soon as I recover from my surgery and stuff, that's the end of my content or whatever. Like, no, that's only the beginning, because then I'll be unleashed. I've been caged. Like, I've been caged like my entire life. And in the past 4 years, I've been breaking out of that cage. And now the lock is about to break. And it's just going to take a little bit longer. And I'm just holding on because it's the most beautiful thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. Yeah, but you know, until then, we're just chilling. We're just chilling. Obviously, if growth happens, growth happens. It's probably not. Streaming is not conducive to growth. I don't even really consider streaming to be content. You know, content is content. Streaming is not inherently content. It's just a capture of whatever you put out there. And right now, I'm pretty much just hanging out, playing games, spending time with my community, which is great. That's really what streaming's all about, from the origins, from the core. For Kim Petra's Unleash the Beast, I have no idea what that is. But you know what? I haven't been sitting still, and I haven't just been neglecting the things that I've needed to do. In fact, the reason why my content has sucked, the reason why my content is like basically non-existent, is because I know where my priorities are. Like streaming, Twitch, Discord, all that. It's just a distraction right now. It might become something really big one day, but it's not something I'm really focused on. So it would be pretty irresponsible if I was putting all my energy into content creation. There's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes in my life. And it's the most beautiful thing that's ever happened to me. So I'm going to be able to share that with the world because I've been focusing on what's important. And I don't know, I have no doubt in my ability to... Oh, a pop album. It's, I have no doubt in my mind that I'm going to be able to devote myself to my content after surgery. Yeah, it just feels like I'm just repeating myself day after day after day. So it's like, it's one of those things. I'm just really hyper-focused on it, and there's a reason. It's because it's that important. And I really wish I could focus on other things, and I have. But, like, in the end of the day, I'm pretty much stuck until the surgery. Like, I tried so hard to try to distract myself or try to focus on other things, and every time I do, I come to the same conclusion. That I'm just so stressed and preoccupied with the fact that this surgery hasn't happened. And I am not giving up. But by the time I'm finally like okay with waiting, the surgery will probably just happen. So there's a reason why I need the surgery in the first place, and it's because of that. So like, you know, I don't need a reason besides I need it. Like there doesn't need to be a justification. Obviously for insurance purposes you need a justification. No, I do focus on it a lot. I have a hyperfixation issue. I am trying to overcome it. I don't necessarily know how to overcome it unless I'm around people. But I'm not around people. I'm isolated socially. It's, you know, it's something that I'm trying to... I can't force people to like me. I mean, people generally like me. People meet me and they really enjoy being around me. But then I have problems and then it creates issues. Because of like autistic issues, mental health issues. A lot of it is environmental, like stress. There's some things that are like, you know, things that are in my past that I'm trying to desperately separate from. And a lot of that creates a lot of PTSD issues. I don't like using my mental illness diagnoses as like a crutch, but they are real reasons for why I have issues socializing. I love being around people. I love working with people, but I don't really know how to get those situations to happen. You know, I'm going back, I don't know, I'm working on it, and I need to stop having such high expectations of myself. I'm being way too harsh on myself. Like, not everything has to be solved in like today. Like, I literally went on I took a 6-week dancing class where I was around people and I was thriving. I had issues, but I overcame them. You know, I pushed through. Like, I showed up to every single day. I didn't stay home a single day. I went to the class every single day and I participated the best I could. And I think I kind of catastrophized it more than it probably was perceived. But I did have some outbursts of crying, which I feel pretty embarrassed about. I really wish I didn't have mental illness. But wishing it to be so doesn't make it so. And so I'm working on it. And I have therapy and I'm really kind of pushing some breakthroughs recently. I get like itchy from my scalp because of the facial surgery. I got forehead advancement, so they had to basically pull my scalp forward. I mean, the doctor did. He had to pull my scalp forward, and so like it's been 4 months, or no, it's been 4 months since my facial surgery, and it's still like partially numb, and it's like it's itchy because of that, and I'm not supposed to scratch it, so I kind of just push through it, and like also they said I can like tap it, and like the scar tissue, I just basically where the sutures were, and I guess they just try to come out, but basically they dissolve over time, and I just have to like push on them lightly with my fingers. Hi, Dragoon. UA Dragoon. Are you a Dragoon? Are you a Dragoon? Hi! We're just playing some Horizon right now. We might get in... I'm probably going to get into retail soon. I'm going to farm, fill up my inventory, warp back, put stuff on the auction house. Then I'm probably going to switch to retail. My next step after that on Horizon is to level Black Mage. I'm level 12 right now on Black Mage. So unless you're on right now and you want to play with my Black Mage, I'm gonna switch over to retail after I fill up inventory. Actually, no, I might even just play a different game. In fact, I might even log out like soon. Oh no, I'm gonna log out in a bit because I don't know when the last spawn. I want to see the time of death for the NM here, for the torrent, for Humju. For Humaju. For Humaju the torrent. Humaju. Humju. It's like M''Joo or Juu. I don't know if it's gonna spawn anytime soon because this person's been AFK there for a while. Oh, since I got here. I don't actually know. I mean, this person isn't actively. Maybe this person is just using me as a placeholder killer. But pretty much, I'm just kind of waiting for time of death. I mean, I usually don't camp this NM. I'm just farming here because I'm getting. You know, I like steady, slow and steady farming. I don't like NM camping as a reliance for Gil. And I don't really plan on leveling Beastmaster because I got level 75 Beastmaster based on he drops Monster Signa, which is like the best in slot for a best in slot staff for charm for Beastmaster until level 51. At level 51 you can use Apollo staff, HQ light staff. Well, light staff is even better than Monster Signa. But honestly, like, you want to get the HQ. Oh, I play on Sylph with my brother. My brother doesn't play Horizon. I don't even really play Horizon much. This is like the past couple of days I've kind of logged in a couple times. You know, just to like, you know, my community sometimes, like, you know, like I had a community member, Twice Slicer, started playing. You know, playing a Galka, and so, like, you know, I kind of remember, like, Horizon is my community game. Like, I play here to be a part of my community and the community in general, whereas retail is just like kind of me and my brother doing stuff, and, you know, the random people in my link shell, but like it's mostly a solo game for me with my brother, whereas Horizon is like community. Yeah, make sure to purr more. I'm glad that you took time to join my stream. Pretty much just chilling out right now. Oh, you play on Asura? I did start out my character on Asura. First of all, Sylph was the server I originally played on. Like, I had a 75 Black Mage, 75 Summoner, 75 Paladin, 75 Red Mage, 75 Dragoon. Back on original playthrough. And then I played on Nasomi. I had like a 75 Beastmaster, 75... Oh, at first I had a 75 Ranger. And then I had a 75 Bard. My Beastmaster was like level 70... My Beastmaster was like level 73 for like, I don't know, it took me 4 years of Nasomi to get level 75 Beastmaster. Oh, you want to start a character on Sylph? Well, you can, you know, I may or may not, depending on what me and my brother are limited by in the future. For now, we're good getting our stuff on Sylph. There's a really low population. There's a really low population on Sylph. But, we can get like all of our content so far with just him, and his alt, because he has and his dual box. I mean, because so he has 2 characters now. I only play 1. I'm almost a master level Dragoon, but not really almost. I need like 400 more JP. Oh, Beastmaster is super OP in retail. Or, you know, I know in Horizon, Beastmaster is super OP, and they made Beastmaster better in Horizon. I know in Nasomi it was broken at first, and then it got nerfed and it wasn't so great, but it was still good. Beastmaster was always good on Nasomi. I don't know so much about the original retail run through. I knew there were Beastmasters, and I always thought they were pretty cool because they don't need anybody. However, I think Beastmaster's really good together. They're actually a very social... I think Beastmasters are really social. Way more than people realize. They're supposedly a solo class, but they were really good in like parties of Beastmasters, like Pet Burns. Yeah, it's all about the jug pets and stuff. It's really I don't have it yet. I haven't gotten every single job to level 99 yet. I haven't even unlocked every job. I'm pretty much just focused on Dragoon, and I started gearing up Geomancer, and I have like a Thief like somewhat prepared. I got like TH4 or TH5 or something, I don't know. And I got like they have like a really basic black mage and white mage, like just started, no JP at all. I'm really just trying to focus on my Dragoon, getting Master first, and getting some, you know, but I want to get my my MP pieces, and I want to upgrade my artifacts and all that. I haven't even done my artifact quest, I don't think, or maybe I did. I don't really remember. I think I finished the. I think I got all the Dragoon artifacts. Or no, was that Thief? Oh God, yeah. There's so much to do. There's just so much to do. I'm not really thinking about it that way. I'm just kind of just going along, one step after another, one foot in front of the other. You know, I got my Kaja Lance. I still haven't got Shining one yet, but I might just hold off until I can get like an Aeonic or something like that. I don't know. I really don't know the path yet. I just need to get Master level first. I think I should not really think about getting gear upgrades until at least until I get Master level. Yeah, I wish I knew the time of death of Humju. Of Torrent. I wish I knew that. I just like calling him Torrent because I try not to think about it, but certain words just sound like I'm saying something else. Like Digger Wasp. Make sure that you pronounce the D in that. Jesus fucking Christ. However, it is an English word. But goddamn. But honestly, context matters. And it's like, it's a part of the game. Oh yeah? Well, that's good to know. The algorithm is recommending my stream. I watch Asmongold. I usually watch him less for his video game content. I usually watch him for his, like... He has a lot of stuff to talk about. And he has a lot of experience that I think people, like, judge someone based on, like, what they think about someone. But it's like, he's experienced a lot of stuff that most people don't. And he has, like, some insight that most people will never have. And I think it's good to listen to people and just utilize what you know, take what you need and leave what you don't. There's like certain aspects of content creators that I don't really necessarily agree with, but that doesn't mean that the content creator is like a bad person or anything. And I feel like there's a lot worse content creators than Asmongold as far as that's concerned. Once you get a lot of perspective about content creators, I want some snacks. Give me snacks. Nom 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 nom. And that's how my screenshot folder gets like absolutely obliterated and spammed with endless screenshots. Mew the stream? Mew? 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 No, I mean honestly, like, I don't know. I kind of just pop around and like just I try to explore. Oh, music muted. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. How long has it been muted? Oh, so it wasn't that long. Okay, that's good. I think I accidentally pressed the button on my mouse that does that. Yeah, I think I forgot to, I think I accidentally hit the mouse button that does that. There's the stram. There's the stram. I don't know how long it was like that. Was it sudden, or was it just like... Yeah, welcome to my gaming journey. Welcome to, and also if you're new here, I feel like I've seen you before though. Maybe that was another Dragoon. But if you're new here, you know, I'm going through, you know, I was kind of just explaining this earlier, but I've been going through a really serious medical journey the past 4 years, and it's a good one, and it's going to a good place. You know, it's transitioning from male to female. My final surgery, I've already had facial feminization. I had orchiectomy, but the orchiectomy was more of a like coping surgery to hold me over for the past year and like couple months that I got it, because I'm getting bottom surgery, and that's coming up, and then I'm done. You know, I don't want to get breast augmentation or anything like that. I'm pretty much happy with my body except for this one part. So once I get that solved, you know, I'm gonna have to, like, you know, deal with the rest of life, and also a lot of self-image issues. I'm gonna have to like woman up and be an adult and like try to learn how to cope with those kind of like body dysmorphia things, because honestly I think a lot of those are gonna be solved for the most part once I get the surgery stuff. Yeah, I'm a success story. In fact, I spoke to shareholders once. And I think I got a program additional funding because I'm a success story. Like I talked to some investors. So I mean, I am a successful businesswoman apparently. So because I talk to investors. I'm I'm successful. Jeez. How many people can say that? Like, how many people can actually say that they spoke to investors to influence whether or not a program got additional funding? I don't know if they got the additional funding or not, but I mean, I literally spoke to investors. So, I mean, I need to do more of that. I need to have more confidence in my badassery. Because I'm a badass bitch. Strong, independent woman. Breaking glass ceilings. That's who I am. I'm breaking glass ceilings, shattering them, and soaring into the stratosphere, breaking orbit is where I'm heading. Taking the world along a journey that I have no idea how much I've truly been a part of. There might be a lot of stuff going on behind closed doors. I mean, who knows how many people I've helped with their mission, you know, like, I don't want to, like, get full of myself or whatever, but I think, like, Hassan Piker, he's a commentator, a political commentator, the biggest on Twitch, and probably I don't know, obviously, you know, like, as big as people are on Twitch, you have to realize there's a big giant world out there. But at the same time, like, he's a big commentator on Twitch. He's made a lot of advocacy and educational content for transgender issues. So it's possible at least somebody has researched me and like either he himself has like listened to things that I've put out there, or somebody has found things that I put out there and reported it to him to help give information for him. I mean, I am kind of getting full of myself with this. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but it's not really necessarily the, like, facts. It's like the idea that there's a possibility that I've helped someone. And I've helped my viewers, too. Like, I've helped my viewers. I've helped people, like, you know, not just, like, gender identity, but some people helped them with their gender identity. They explored it on their own, and they found out what they needed. You know, which is different than me. Obviously, I'm my own person, and whatever I do is my own. And I don't obviously, it'd be weird if people were just trying to copy me. I don't think that's possible. You know, like, you can't force someone to be trans. You can't, like, manipulate or, like, encourage someone to be trans. Like, people are gonna know deep down, like, pretty quickly. Not even that deep. It's gonna be pretty quick. But, you know, if people are actually seriously thinking about it, then it's probably because they are trans. Like, because I don't think cisgender people seriously consider transitioning at all. Like, they think about it and they're like, fuck that. Because they like who they are. Most people are pretty happy with the way things are, and they're pretty happy with the way things are going in their life. They don't need to change everything. They don't need to burn everything down and change everything. You know, Asmongold even said that. I don't know. I don't think he was specifically talking about me. It's possible, though. Maybe he's my biggest fan. It's possible. Like, I mean, long story short, I think he's changed a bit, but I don't think he's particularly happy about trans people. However, I may have played a role in one single tweet. And I remember when I made this tweet, and it was when he was, like, calling people out about the whole, like, day off Twitch thing. I don't know if you remember that, or if you're involved with Twitch and all that. But there was a whole movement, or whatever, you know, slacktivist movement, where I sided with Asmon on this. I'm like, dude, go transition, and if you can't transition, get to a place where you can transition. Because once you start transitioning, all that social justice shit starts to disappear. It takes a while, but once you start getting what you need, that all fucking evaporates. And maybe some people are just political people in general and they want to do stuff, but that's different. But I remember, like, him saying something. He didn't show the tweets on stream. Usually he would, like, actually show tweets. But he showed his tweet, and then he hit it and said, if you guys want to see the tweet, if you guys want to go read that thread, go right ahead. But I feel like I helped shift something in him, where I think he understood for the longest time that he had this idea of trans people always just being completely batshit crazy and angry and always arguing and trying to cancel him. And I think for the first time ever, at least for him, he saw my comment, and it wasn't just somebody just completely inflammatory against him. Maybe I'm, like, really full of myself, but I think that may have shifted something inside of him and helped him understand that, like, okay, well, trans people can be pretty cringe, but like, maybe it started something of an understanding in most people, not just me, but like, I think a lot of things are shifting for people once like, more of us are kind of coming out and being, like, louder. I've been really, like, putting myself out there in a way I don't think many trans people have. Like, I've shown my face. I've actually shown my entire body. Like, my entire body. I've showed myself entirely, and I bared my soul out there. And that a lot of trans people hide that through, like, you know, wishful thinking and of political activism, which is not, it's slacktivism. But I think it kind of changed his mind a little bit, and I think he started giving people more benefit. And I think maybe if my wishful thinking is true, well, I'm using an add-on. I'm using add-ons. Yeah, they're not gonna change it. They're never gonna. The developers are not trying to change everything. They're basically they will see the new direction that the developers are taking and that the new director is bringing the game into is to turn the game into a longevity kind of game, because people love the way the game is. And yeah, some people want more content, but I think most people don't even have that content unlocked to begin with. It takes like years to get to the final end game. Really. Maybe like 6 months of dedicated play, but the graphics aren't going to improve. The UI is not going to improve. What they're going to do is they're going to improve the server code, because they're planning on actually improving the launcher, like replacing the launcher. So maybe they might change the UI. I don't think they're going to change the UI. It's pretty locked in. The graphics are done. Everything is done. The lead developer wants to take, or the lead director or whatever, wants to take the game into a direction of basically turning it into a museum that's going to last. They laid off a whole bunch of developers, research and development staff, and I think they're going to try to maintain the game for what it is, because it's a beautiful game, it's a huge part of history, and it's a Final Fantasy game, and people still play Final Fantasy 1 on the NES. Okay, so if people still play Final Fantasy games just, because it's Final Fantasy, and people are going to play Final Fantasy 11, and most people are going to quit, but people are going to try it, and so yeah, Horizon launcher is good. I just use Windower though, and so I use the Planline launcher. But I use Windower for Horizon, so I don't need to worry about that. But like for retail, I use Windower, which just opens up. Obviously retail is always going to use Planline launcher. It's not too great. They did improve the server side of it. Oh yeah. Final Fantasy 14 players getting into Final Fantasy 11, they're such a fish out of water. This game is so fundamentally different as a concept. There's no MMO out there like this. Every MMO I've played has been like a World of Warcraft clone, which is basically an EverQuest clone. Let's be real. Apparently, a lot of the PvE elements of Final Fantasy XI were kind of inspired by EverQuest, like the original EverQuest, like from the olden days. But apparently, the PvE aspects of it were inspired from EverQuest. But I think it's like EverQuest if it were like polished and like actually done well. However, I think most people went in the direction of where World of Warcraft get. Yeah, New World. I heard New World is really good. Is it free to play? Or is it subscription based? Because if it's subscription based, I can't play it. I'm already subscribed to, I've heard about Ashes of Creation. I'm always willing to try out a game. I tried out World of Warcraft even, and I hated it. I liked it for what it was, but then it got old. I didn't even get to endgame. That's how like bored I got of it. I'm just endlessly grinding quests, and I don't really feel like there's any reason to. Oh, it's like Guild Wars. Okay. I also heard Guild Wars is good. But isn't Guild Wars 2 free to play though? Like, you don't even have to buy it? Or, okay, let me do some research. So wait, where's New World? New World's oh, you have to buy it. Okay. The Azeroth edition? The Azoth edition. Oh, come on, bro. Really? You're gonna call it Azoth? Really? Really? You're gonna call it Azoth? How much is it though? I can't buy. Okay, it's $89. I cannot afford it. Maybe in September. I need to save some money. I don't have the budget next month. I might try it in September. It's $90. not in my budget right now. And when's Ashes of Creation coming? Yeah, isn't it like Ashes of Creation? Yeah, like New World is like about like a crafting kind of thing, and I guess Ashes of Creation is gonna try to do that too. But from what I know, just from listening vaguely to wait. Development update. So they're still developing it, right? Is it like closed alpha or closed beta? It's like, is it closed alpha or closed beta right now? Because if it's still in alpha, currently in periodic spot, okay, alpha. So only like people like Asmongold have been able to play it. As long as it's not now. Wow. I don't, as Guardians, I don't think WoW is inherently bad. I just don't really, I do enjoy WoW. It's just I don't really play it for long periods of time. I play it in bursts. And I do want to play WoW Classic, but I tried retail back in Battle for Azeroth, and I just didn't really, I mean, it was fun. I just didn't really enjoy, like, once I just kept on doing quest after quest after quest, and that's really what the game is. But I don't know, honestly, I think it would be better to play Classic if I was going to play it all. Yeah, it's like closed alpha. Guild Wars. I think Guild Wars 2 is a free to play entirely. Right? Or am I wrong? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really looking for any new games right now. I'm kind of just playing what I already have. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is free to play entirely. Yeah, I think I'm going to enjoy, because I never played WoW Vanilla or the original. I guess that, no, not Vanilla. Vanilla was like the development, right? Oh no. I never played WoW when it came. I mean, I played it a little bit when it first came out, when like everything was really, really bad or whatever. I mean, wait. When everything was really bad. I think that sentence can apply to any release of World of Warcraft. But I mean, it's got to have like a reason why people still play it. It's successful for a reason. But still, people are angry about it all the time. I don't have to be one of those people though. I think that's a choice. I think being angry at the developers is a choice. Unless it's your job to be angry at the developers, like Asmongold is. Oh, I have full inventory. What am I doing? Here, let me drop this one. Okay, let me get out of here. I need to sell all my stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I already am pretty invested into like Final Fantasy 11. And I don't really feel like playing a new MMO. Unless I had a really good reason. Like if someone was paying me. But that's not gonna happen. So otherwise I'm just gonna play whatever I want. I'm playing Final Fantasy 11 on 2 different servers, classic and retail, so and that's good for me. This is the game I grew up on. It's the game I'm like addicted to. Not like addicted. I am very responsible with my life. Like I said, you know, I am streaming. I don't stream every single day. I mean, nowadays, I mean, the past couple I've been kind of trying to stream more regularly, but it's not necessarily to make content. It's just kind of hanging out with my community, doing good with people, keeping people updated on my progress. Most of my life right now, as much as I feel like I am trapped inside, I actually have a whole lot going on. And it's hard to like think about it that way, because it feels like I'm not doing enough. It feels like I'm a loser. But actually, like, I'm doing things most people never will accomplish. Like, I've already accomplished things most people will never accomplish. Like, I'm self-actualizing in a way that, like, most people don't figure out until later on in life, like 50 or 60. Like, when people, it's like people, like, you know, kind of focus on the bottom parts of the Mousley's hierarchy or whatever for, like, their whole entire life, and it's not until their 60s where they finally get it and realize, oh, what have I been doing my whole life? Like, I've just been paying for my life. I've been going to work so that I can pay for going to work. And it's like, isn't the whole goal of making money to take care of your needs? And if you're not taking care of your needs, then why are you getting money? Like, it doesn't really make any sense. So yeah, I might be lacking in the financial department, but like, I have been doing things that most people will never do. They'll live their whole life and never get what they know they need to have. So like, I'm massively successful in that. And I'm getting one more surgery. That's like, it's like a finish line to that. And then I can like really start to focus on what matters. Like, and that's only the beginning. I'm just getting started. It's taken for butts. Butts. But the catch-22 scam? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like you work so that you can work. Like, you should work so that you can live. And then people, obviously, it is just a necessary part of life, especially if you have kids. But I don't think, you know, I can never have kids now because I got fixed. But then I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna have a nip tuck. Yeah, don't waste your money. I have enough games. Don't waste your money, Lucas. And hey, welcome back. I didn't even notice you. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't notice that you were here. There was other people here. And I was talking to you, and I thought I was still talking to you, A Dragoon. The text on the screen looked the same. Yeah, welcome back, Lucas. No, don't waste your money. It's $90. That's a lot of money. Don't waste your money on that. In fact, if you were gonna give me money like that, I'd rather get a dono. Because I'm actually in negative $50 right now until the 1st. I think all my recurring payments are done until next month, but it feels really shitty seeing negative 50 in my account. Because anytime something's charged, it's gonna charge me $20. And I had to like beg my bank, which I can't do anymore, to take off the fees, because otherwise I'm gonna be in the hole, and I only get $525 a month from SSI, and I need money to do my I need my money to do my electrolysis, which is like $100 per hour, and I only need I need as many sessions as possible to get all of the hair removed for surgery. But this is not something I can keep skipping, because I had to skip July because I didn't realize how much money I was spending on like food and stuff. And I'm trying to get back on food stamps, but I can't seem to get myself to leave the house and go take care of business. This is a real problem in my life. This is like an actual real problem in my life. Is that I just, I have executive dysfunction. It's something I'm just trying to overcome. And it takes effort. But I really need to like plan things more. Because if I don't, I just never really get around to doing what I need to do. And I do. I actually do get around to it. Oops, why did I meant to teleport with Gil. God damn it. I just wasted conquest points. So I don't have the Empress Band. I need to recharge it. God, and I think I wasted my conquest points. Oh well. Oh, it looks like if you need an endgame link shell, someone's recruiting. For a motivated one. That's probably going to be a very, very strict endgame link shell. More serious, more like dedicated, which is obviously some people definitely want, and it's good that people do that. Some people are more casual, so they need more like more leeway and stuff. Oops, I need to keep that. I'm level 45 thief right now, but I was leveling black mage next. I got level 12 black mage. I got level 12 warrior, level 19 monk, level 24 white mage, 12 black mage, 10 red mage. I do want to get red mage 40 for BC and Ms. 45 thief and 3 paladin. Claps, claps. Yeah, I don't need any more games, so yeah, like... I don't ask people to donate. Like, I'm not... This isn't that kind of community. And I don't try to do, like, follower goals or, you know, donation goals or subscriber goals. I don't really do that. Not gonna, like, shade anybody who does, but... I really don't think that's what my community... I generally don't believe that that's what community is about. Because getting more followers doesn't really mean anything. Like, what about the followers you already have? Like, I wish more small streamers would figure that out. I mean, like, okay, guys, we're almost at 100 followers. Like, what about, like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you're gonna get new followers just naturally. Just if you focus on your current community and take care of them, do good by them, then you're naturally gonna get new followers. Like, that's just how it works. Oh, well, thank you, Lucas. I mean, that's what all this is about. Obviously, there's other things in life I want besides, because my community I'm building is going to be here no matter what I'm doing. I'm going to be able to share with my community no matter what's going on in my life. I have a lot of ambition in life as a performer. But that, and I can share that on stream, and whatever I'm doing with the rest of my life, I can create a community I can bring to my community. Like, if I start running for president of the United States, I'm gonna share that with you. You know what I mean? I can technically run for president. What if somebody puts me in the ballot box and then through no action of my own, I get like millions of Americans voting for me, and I just find out I didn't even run for president, I didn't campaign, and I just find out that Twitch made it happen. That literally I do something so unthinkable that I become president of the United States by pure like community advocacy. Yeah, FF11 podcast. I'm kind of scared to death about doing like prepared scripted content, honestly, but I don't know, like bullet point content is good, improvised content, but like I'm kind of scared to death. I actually shouldn't be. It helps a lot more once I'm there. Like I'm a lot more comfortable once I'm actually like in the Zoom call. you know, or, you know, at the meeting or whatever in person. I definitely do a lot better in person than I do alone. I prefer working with people in general, but like even a Zoom call. I've actually, like I said, I've talked to investors. And I didn't even prepare anything. I mean, I did, I guess, because I was told to think about it. That's kind of how I work. I just think about things for a long time, and then when it comes time to talk about it, I kind of just do really well. If it's specifically if it's like something that's really something I've thought about a lot. However, I do want to like prepare speeches more and actually like edit things and be an actual writer. Like, god damn. You would make it illegal for Posse 1114 to shut down. I mean, if I were tasked with being the President of the United States, I would start really trying to tackle some of the problems that are affecting people. But that's what like every president is trying to do. So most likely, I'm not going to be elected president, but And also, there needs to be some societal shifts, which I think people are breaking the glass ceilings. There was there's a now retired, and I think she passed away recently. She was like in her like 90s, I think. There was a transgender, there was a trans woman who, I don't know her, I forgot her name, but like maybe you can like look it up. There's a trans woman who was like, what, like a senator or prime minister? Wait. In like New Zealand, who like was a sex worker in her past. Like she probably changed her career path. I don't think people should be, you know, I think society needs to get over sex work and stop like canceling people's job opportunities because of doing sex work. Like, shouldn't you be able to like do like consent, like it's a consenting adult doing work. A lot of conservative right-wingers got elected here because they were pretty famous online. I mean yeah, so I don't know. I think it's changing. I think stuff like people being like inflammatory online and being like and also not comparing sex work to that, but like I think gradually I think people are kind of warming up to like, hey, why are you judging someone for their sexuality? Like my sexuality is like, I prefer like performing. In fact, I don't even necessarily need a sex partner to be happy sexually. I mean, I would rather work with somebody in a professional setting to have my needs met. But I can't just make that happen. I gotta work towards it. And I'm not ready to do that. I can't even do my own private stuff right now. I can't even do like my internet stuff right now. So, what was I searching for? Okay, New Zealand. Politician, trans politician passed away. Georgina Beyer, trailblazing New Zealand politician who in 1990 became the world's first openly transgender member of parliament, died at the age of 65. I guess she had long-term health problems. Yeah, she was indigenous. She's Maori. She worked as a sex worker and nightclub performer before turning to politics. So like people see like stuff like being a sex worker as some kind of like, you know, like you can't possibly be a politician if you've done sex work or something. Like that's changing in society. And first of all, I personally don't think that you should feel forced to stop being a sex worker. Like Wouldn't that even be better for your campaign? Because then you could get people on your side more. Like, you know, hey, you know what? I think I'm gonna listen to this person because, like, I jacked off to them. You know, now that I got out of cum brain, let me listen to this person's foreign policy. Like, in fact, do a State of the Union address, and then literally right afterwards, go into your go in to do your OnlyFans. Literally right after your speech, after the whole nation watched you talk about foreign policy or something, literally go right into your studio and start OBS and do your show. Could you imagine? Trailblazing. Breaking glass ceilings. I'm a strong, independent woman. Yeah, being a strong woman, that's important. I'm never gonna let anyone demean me or make me feel like, why do I have two of those? Why do I even have them? Oh no, I need one. Oh no, because I'm not level 25 yet. So I need one of those. Let me switch over to my black mage. Ah. Oh, I just need one more beehive chip to put that up. No, this is Horizon. I highly suggest playing on Horizon if you really want to learn the game. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I mean, it's really confusing if you play retail. I can help you. Did you join on Sylph? Because that's where I play. Otherwise, I can get you a player transfer, and in fact, it can get us a special, if you want to, like, there's a campaign where if I introduce you to the game and we talk to an NPC, we can get a special ring for me recruiting a player. There is a world transfer. You can actually change over to Sylph. It does cost money though, so you might just want to delete your character and make a new one. I think that might be how it works. If you just started, and you played on the server that I'm not in, you could always just delete your character and make a new character and select Sylph. Yeah, the story's really good. Yeah, the United States, definitely. Like, the United States, definitely, like, being trans has been, like, historically a life ruiner. Socially. However, there's been a lot of trans people throughout history. Throughout, like, world history. Who were able to make their life, able to find happiness in their lives their own way. However, I don't think being trans should be a death sentence to your social life. I don't think it should have to be. I think it takes women like me who are just, staring people right in their face. Yeah, I mean, how long have you been playing your character? Like, if you've only just started your character, you can just delete the character. and just make a new one. However, like, you know, there is a lot of stuff to enjoy in the retail. However, I'm going to tell you right now that most people who play retail, they started in the classic era. And I mean, not to say that, like I said, the vast majority of content is going to be endgame anyway, because that's the way they design the game. So once you get to endgame, you're basically going to be right at square one anyway. Okay, if you only played for 15 minutes, just delete your character and then make a character in Sylph, because that's where I play. It's going to take a lot of solo work. It's going to take a lot of there's a lot of preparation. You have plenty of time. Basically, just get to level 99. And also use BG Wiki. BG Wiki, there is a fantastic, I'm going to link this in chat. Fantastic EXPs and where to find them. It'll tell you exactly where to go for each level period. You should be able to get to level 50 relatively quickly. But once you get to level 50, you're going to be level capped, and then you have to start doing the level cap quests. So then level cap quests. Matt. You're going to have to do a lot of research as a new player, which you normally would learn by playing Classic. So you're going to have to limit break all the way to level 75, and then there's more quests after that to get to level 99. It's going to take a lot. You have to do Rhapsodies of Vana'diel missions, which I can help you with. But basically you have to get rank 6 in your home nation. You have to get Rise of Zealart until your current mission is Headstone Pilgrimage. Although you should just finish them all, just go all the way to rank 10. I would highly suggest to just get all the way to rank 10, finish Rise of the Zealart, finish Chains of Promathia. That's going to take a long time. You might just want to get to the Road Forks. Like I'm saying, you only have to get to these to continue in Rhapsodies of Vana'diel. You have to get to Oregon. You have to do all the game's storyline content up to a certain point. And then you know, as you go through this. So like basically you do this cutscene and you get Esha Zeta and Esha Ruan. Technically, if you can get Rhapsodies of Vana'diel, I can power level you all the way to level 50. Although I highly suggest you figure it out on your own. But also, if you really want to have the authentic classic experience, you should play Horizon. Because that's the one that I grew up on and everybody who played the game grew up on. And that's the original difficulty of getting to level 75 and doing all the original storyline content up until probably halfway of Wings of the Goddess was all designed for level 75 cap. So like if you really want to experience the progression of the game, play on Horizon. And all the future expansions are going to be balanced for the level 75 cap. They made some adjustments to, you know, quality of life and stuff, and just job balancing. And the staff has been working on classic servers since day one. So, you know, what was the patch? This is really where Final Fantasy XI is at. So I highly suggest you play on Horizon. And that'll give you a bigger sense of community anyway, because there's not many people that play retail. However, if you're gonna play for retail, it's really enjoyable in its own way too. But I'm just saying, if you really want to rush through the game and get all the storyline solo, you can play retail. But if you really want to earn it, play Horizon, and it's free. So so they fixed up some stuff. Monsters on a level 50 with non-warrior main job and warrior civilian. Oh, that's good. Yeah, they're really starting to like, I mean, the reason why they haven't added expansions, I think, is because I think they're really trying to correct all the problem. They're trying to patch the current game. Like, they're trying to get in, because Chains of Promathia, I'm going to tell you right now, you could play your entire Final Fantasy XI career with just Chains of Promathia content. Because Chains of Promathia content, that was like the most Final Fantasy XI, like Chains of Promathia is like the definition of classic Final Fantasy XI. And they're also supportive of LGBTQ. And Black Lives Matter and all that. So, I mean, like, Chains of Promathia was really, like, everything after that was just gravy. Yeah, it's free. Horizon XI. It has its own launcher, and it has add-ons. What was the Ashita add-on for Horizon? I would highly suggest using add-on. There was one that was called, what was it called? These are the approved add-ons, so make sure not to use add-ons that aren't officially approved. I can also give you some, I can give you some extra stuff that most people will never talk about. Like there's special maps. You can do DAT swaps to get special maps. But don't worry about that now. Just take your time. Just take your time. Don't worry about figuring everything out. You don't need to. Your best thing to do is to just log into the game and just run around and ask questions from people, but just talk to NPCs, but there is BG Wiki for all the information. There is a support channel on Discord. There are they have a Discord, that's where you have to get it. So you go to the Discord, you go play now, and then I guess you can do it on the website now. Activate, and then you download the launcher. You join the Discord community for news and announcements. 40 gigabytes of free space. And you can delete the zip file after it completes. What was the Horizon XI, Ashta add-on? It's HXUI. Yeah. HXUI. HXUI. It's a set of UI elements to fix the game to make it more customizable. You can customize. If you look at my bottom corner of the screen, I had a customized, and if you want the one I have, I can put it up on GitHub. It's designed for 1920 by 1080 resolution and a certain zoom level or whatever. On Windower. I'm using Windower though. But HXUI is basically using Windower components. But I don't know. You'll have to figure out how to customize it. There's YouTube videos about it. I don't use Ashita. I use Windower. Although if there was enough demand, I can make a YouTube video about it. But, basically, you can customize the UI, show you, like, your inventory and stuff to show you, like, a better version of the party list. You don't need to use all these. Use them if you want. I don't like having all the extra stuff. You can move around the enemy, like, you can move stuff around better. Makes it more customizable. HXUI, I highly recommend it if you're using Ashita. Otherwise, I have a completely customized one that I've used Windower. Like on the top left, you see that I have, you see on the top left, you see my equipment. I have it customized so it's like a certain way and it's transparent. You can see my items, so I can see at a glance if my inventory is full or not without having to go to items. I have a recast bar. You can't see it now, but there's timers. And then there's also like how long I've had something on. And then I have the party list down here. And then I also have XP, current XP, and XP per hour. You know, it's really basic. You don't really need too much, I don't think. The game is... and I played on PS2. Like, I played on PS2 where there were no add-ons. And so, like, I got pretty used to it. The macro system takes a little bit of learning, but it's more of a gradual thing. Like I said, you figure it out as you go. You figure it out as you go. I can give you some hints, though, to save you some time as you play. But, you know, just don't worry about figuring it all out right now. Just get into the game, start killing monsters. You know, talk to NPCs, start killing monsters. Although the very first thing I would suggest is to go to a gate guard. Right outside the zones to your starting city. You go to a gate guard and start doing your missions. And also, a good way to make gil early on is just farming up crystals and, you know, the items from certain monsters and doing repeatable quests. Like, for example, in Sandoria, you can do bat wings and rabbit hides. And there's a repeatable quest that gives you fame and gil, and it's really good for very early on. You know, the first 10 levels. When I started on Horizon, I got every single starting job to level 10, and that'll give you crystals and items to sell. Figure out which ones you can do with quests. Just talk to every NPC in your starting town, and you'll get a quest, and you'll get a series of quests, and it'll say like current, like, you know, Glyphhanger and all this. And obviously you could try to figure it out on your own, but if you really just want, you know, if you want to be complete, just go to bgwiki.com and just search for the quest. You know, like what was this? Glyphhanger? They all have punny names like that. Glyphhanger. And, you know, it'll just tell you, and if you have a specific quest you're looking for, you know, you just go to the, you know, tells you the NPC it's from, tells you if it's repeatable, tells you what items you might need, tells you if it's a quest line, it'll tell you the next quest and the previous quest. It'll tell you what requirements you need, and it'll tell you what rewards you get. You know, and it'll tell you exactly how to do it. This is pretty simple. But if you need something like, I need an item. I saw an item that looks really cool. So let's look at Kraken Club. How do I get that? Is it a quest? Like, oh, no. It obtained from an instance. You can do it up in arms with a moon orb at level 60. I think they changed it. See, in original retail, they switched it to Rare EX. But on Horizon, it's not Octave Club Rare. I think they switched them. So in order to get the Rare EX one, which is the better one to use if you want to keep it, because it's free, I think you have to do Up in Arms for the Rare EX version. And for the Octave Club, they changed it in retail so that the Rare EX versions dropped from the NM. But in Horizon, what made the original retail what it was the competition. And so you're going to have to fight the NM that's going to be competitive. Yeah, there are detailed walkthroughs for everything. You know, like you could even say Final Fantasy 11 complete guide 1 to 75, right? 1 to 75 in under 2 weeks. No. Yeah, I mean, there's guides everywhere. You know, there's guides everywhere. These are outdated now for retail. This was, you know, obviously, basically just ask on Discord for help if you really need help. Try to find a link shell. You can ask for like a link shell if you want. I can probably get you into my link shell, into Squirrel Farmers. I can probably get you into Squirrel Farmers. Squirrel Farmers, just a casual link shell. Twitch chat. I don't know if this exists anymore. It might not. Oops. But that was like a link shell that was made by a Twitch streamer. I do have a white mage burn link shell. I don't know where I put it. Where? Oh, there it is. And mean throws, they're a bit odd. In fact, I think I'm gonna drop that. Wait, let me just check out. There's Zen Garden. Wait, where was my white mage burn? Didn't I have cure burn? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I have a pearl sack for that. Let's see if any of them are active. Because I haven't played for many months. Since like since Horizon like launched. I made my character when Horizon launched. Yeah, there's like Zen Garden. Oh, that one's still active. That's good. Lover boys. Oh, they're broken. Okay. Yeah, they broke. I'm gonna drop mean throws. They're really weird. I'm probably even gonna leave their Discord. They're really weird. It's all Mithras, and there's just some really toxic environment there. Yeah, so I'm in Cure Burn. That's for White Mage Burn parties. Yeah, but you know, if you want to get into the fold, you know, I can get you a link pearl. I think I'm gonna drop Twitch chat. I'm gonna get you a link pearl. I can get you a link pearl when you join. I can get you 2 of them actually. I mean, if you want to play white, I don't know. I can give you a pearl for Cure Burn, but that's only for, you know, that's really only for white mages. But if you're gonna play white mage, you should join. I can get you a pearl here. Squirrel Farmers is a social link shell. Zen Garden is a social link shell. Yeah, White Mage is a good one to play. You're pretty much useful even if you don't have any gear at all. You just need to be able to buy your spells. You could play all the way to level 75 with 0 gear as long as you have your spells. That's the cool thing about White Mage. You're always needed in a group. They added Devotion to White Mage at level 55 instead of Merit, which was a good decision by Horizon to do that. It just doesn't make any sense why they don't get Convert, they don't get Refresh, and you're supposed to ask a white mage to compete with red mages as main healers. It doesn't make any sense at all. Oh no, I get that at level 13. It's in 1 level. Save those for when I get those levels. Okay, leave that here. Leave that here. I'm gonna recharge that. I'm gonna put that away. Oh. I only need like 1 social link shell. I think you can go too far with link shells. I only have 2 link shells. So, you know, if you don't want to be in my link, if you need I can get you into Squirrel Farmers, and I can give you the Zen Garden Pearl. And that gives you 2 link shells. I mean, I don't know. I can give you the Cure Burn one. Because I'm Pearl Sack. I'm a sack holder. Because I hold sacks. Yeah, there's all sorts of jokes in this game that people have. You know, I could probably just sell 2 of those to put them up on the auction house. Okay, let's switch over to my Black Mage macros. Let me seek party, first of all. Okay, we got our Black Mage. Yeah, White Mage you can heal yourself, but in parties they heal the tanks and stuff. You know, they're main healers. They're really good early. I mean, they're kind of slow early on for soloing. They're not great. They're not great soloing. They're not great on their own. They're great with other people. Yeah, I was gonna log out, but I think it's fine. I want to keep playing now. Like, I mean, I got stuff to do today, but it's starting to warm up, and I mean, I usually wait until the evening to go out and exercise and stuff like that. Sunday, I don't have much going on. Anyhow, I do try to reach out to my friends and stuff, but they're not always able to. I mean, they got their own stuff going on. They usually don't. I mean, they spend time with me, but usually they got other stuff going on, and I'm not going to expect my friends to drop everything to just hang out with me. So mostly it's just first of all, okay, let me just put this up. I bought it for 341. Yeah, Sunday is just a relaxing Final Fantasy 11. I need to stop thinking that I always have to be grinding my life to the ground and destroying my life by completely wasting my energy on things that aren't even going to help me. I've already gotten everything situated, okay? I don't know why I constantly think I need more. And it's because I'm like, nothing I do is going to, like, you know, fix, like, my long-term problems just by grinding them harder right now. I'm just trying to hang in there until after the surgery. Like, I keep saying this because it's like I have to keep reminding myself. Like, literally, my job is to keep myself healthy and stress-free as possible until the surgery. It's so hard for me, though. I always feel like I need to be doing something. But I am doing something. I'm playing a game and hanging out with my chat. Resident Evil OG? Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I will do my Resident Evil runs. However, I'm not, you know, I would need, like, I don't know. I don't really feel like I want to. If I wanted to, then yeah, but honestly, I'm trying to keep my gaming limited to just whatever I feel like, and I don't want to buy anything unless I had the money to do it or if I was sponsored. But I have like 0 viewership. I mean, I love you guys, but as far as like sponsorship and stuff goes, I do not have the kind of audience to get sponsored. Like, that's just a fact. You know, and it shouldn't be my goal. My goal is to just take care of my life and grow my community in an organic way, because growing things inorganically does not work. And I need to get myself to dunes. I need to change. I need to change jobs to thief, and then I need to outpost warp. First of all, is Zolkheim a thing? I need to go to. First of all, I just need to like death warp on Paladin. Zolkheim's still Bastock. Ugh. Okay, Zeta is open. I don't have all my outpost warps yet. Yeah, I do like Resident Evil. I played all of them. Well, I played Resident Evil 1, 2, 3. I played Code Veronica up to a point, and then I couldn't get past the point where I was fighting. Spoiler alert, and for anybody who hasn't played it, cover your ears. But I played it. I played it up to. I got stuck on the helicopter or whatever, on the airplane. I could not beat the tyrant. Before you go to Alaska, on the way to Alaska, I died. I did not have enough ammo, and I was just trying my hardest to beat the monster, but. Oh yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna death warp. I'm just gonna Death Warp. And then I'm just gonna Chocobo from Juno, because I don't have Zulkheim yet. Yeah, you know, I do keep my legs stretched and stuff. I do, you know, I know, I had to figure out, like, why XQC always, like, sits the way he does. Is because you need to stretch your legs. You can't just sit all day. You gotta, like, stretch things, or you get, you get, like, entropy or whatever, or apathy, or whatever the hell. Oops, what am I doing? I'm, like, at the auction house again. Like autopilot. It's like get muscle memory. Just always going back to the auction house. Oh, nobody spawned Absolute Virtue yet. Yeah, these are exciting times. It's like playing in the original run through and people are still like getting to endgame and just starting it. That's why it's really good time to play Horizon right now. They just started like at the beginning of the year, like in January or so. And they have up to Chains of Promathia, and there's still people that are just now getting to endgame. There's a lot, you know, it's really new. And of course, you know, like it doesn't really matter what, you know, obviously there's always going to be, as long as there's people playing, like right now, there's like 2,000 people on, which is a lot. For a classic retail server. There's only like 300 to 500 people on current retail on my server. And I think there's only about like 2,000 people at any given moment on Asura, which is like the most populated server. There's like usually like 2,000 concurrent players. And most players log on and stay on for like multiple hours. So it's really not a whole lot of variety of people. It's usually the same people. So it's like, yeah, there's like 2,000 of the same people, and you're only allowed one account. You can't dual box, which is good. I really don't like dual boxing. I think it ruined the game on Nozomi. Nozomi didn't even really want it. The only reason he had it was because early on there was such a small player base that you just said, you know, people should be able to dual box. But honestly, this server is like, it had a much better community than Nozomi ever did, and it's run by multiple people instead of just one dude. Obviously, I mean, Nozomi's goal is to always have his server up. Even if he died, there's like fail safes he's created. Like his goal is to just keep the server alive. You know, so I do have level 75 Bard, Beastmaster, and Ranger over there, so I could always do something if I wanted to log in there. But I'd rather not. I'd rather just stick with Horizon if I'm going to play Classic. It's just a really active community now. And it has been since the launch. They did a pre-launch and they gave people special items. There's also a hardcore mode. If you make, because you can have 3 characters on your account. You can't log in at the same time because that's not how it works. But you can have 3 characters, and you can make a hardcore character. And you go to an NPC, and at level 1, you can't have done anything at all. If you've gotten any experience or activated any quest or anything at all, you can no longer do it. So you have to make a new character to do it. And as soon as you die, you lose hardcore status. But at certain intervals, you get account-wide items. Like, there's items that you can get they're like glamour items, so you can use them on your like style lock. So that you can, you know, they're just special achievement items for playing hardcore. It's really difficult to play this game without dying, and as soon as you die even once, it's over. You don't lose the character, but like you lose the status. So obviously, if you wanted to keep the character, you can. But I think what a lot of people do is they make the character, they play hardcore mode, they die, they transfer all their stuff to their main character, like all the stuff, like all the gil, all the whatever, and then they make a new character, and they try hardcore again. But that's extremely difficult, and it's probably for people who are like extreme veterans, like more than me. Okay, that's like super hardcore. I mean, it's called hardcore for a reason. So if you really want a challenge, I highly suggest as your first... you want to play your first character to 75, you're going to die so quick. Like, trust me. Like, you're not going to be able to keep a hardcore character. I mean, you could try at the beginning, like just go to the NPC and start a hardcore character, but you're going to lose the status pretty quickly. I didn't know about it until after I started my character. I mean, I don't know. I didn't necessarily know how to do that, but... So I should have stayed on Thief because... Oh, hey, YouTuber. Yeah, I mean, it's good to have the option, though, you know? It's really good to have the option. I think it's pretty cool. Like, Square Enix would never do that. So that's why it's, like, good that we have the classic, you know? Good thing we have classic. So I need to switch to my Thief because I need to like Chocobo to... Or no, I... Oop. Surely. Surely. But yeah, in case you're wondering, there's always a natural deblave, which means to bluff. No, there's always people doing this. Yeah, I can just stay right here and keep them from running. I don't know if that's how it works. Might be client side. I don't know. But there is a delay, but also I added a 5-second render delay to a bunch of my sources because I kept having problems where I was risking getting banned or doxing stuff. And it's like... I finally figured it out. Is if I add like a 5-second delay, or 5,000 milliseconds, so 5 copies of 10 copies of 500 milliseconds. If I add a render delay to all my microphones, audio sources, and to the display sources, then I could always just pray. Okay, so like this for my chat. Technical problems? Technical problems? No, 5 seconds is definitely long enough to correct one egregious mistake. Oh, the audio isn't coming through. I forgot to turn off my mic. So 5 seconds is definitely enough. Like, if I accidentally load Pornhub or something like that, then it gives me enough time to just cancel it. Because, like, I can do it with one button. I have a mouse button. Thing, like it cancels everything instantly. So that's definitely a good thing that I added that. But it's not so much of a delay that it creates an unnecessary gap for my chat. But just so you know, there's going to be an additional 5-second delay between when I see your chat message and when I will respond to it, even if I respond to it immediately, because it's going to be 5 seconds. So in addition to the regular delay that the stream might have. How the fuck are you going to accidentally launch Cornhub? You have not been a streamer for very long, have you? I'm not saying like literally Pornhub. There's literally like a whole bunch of things that you might accidentally show on stream. That like if all you needed to do was click a single button, it would never show up. So it gives me 5 seconds to like panic, to have a panic button. I think it's better if I can run from Ronfer or. Oh no, I think running from Nirvalen is best. To get to dunes. Yeah, if you're a streamer, you would know. Actually, no, I don't think Nirvalen was best. I think I'm just gonna Chocobo. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna Chocobo. I have to waste some gil just to do that. I can't believe I used up my conquest points though. I could have recharged my Empress Band. And also I do it on my webcam as well and on my audio. So if for some reason something happened, like someone came in and like said something that was really private or something like that, and it picked up on my microphone, I could just cancel it and nobody would hear it or see. And if something happened on my webcam, like I accidentally showed a tit or something like that, like I could, oh God. God damn it. Now I have to death warp again. I forgot. It brings me back to freaking Windurst. God damn it. You know what? Now I'm just gonna freaking... I just wasted 500 gil to do that. I'm just gonna go from Ronfer, I think. Or no. Fuck it. We're just going back. We're doing the original plan. Fuck it. Trying to optimize things and then screwing it up so bad that you're actually making it suboptimal. That's... You just gotta commit to some things sometimes. Like, fuck it. I got Flea, at least. I have time manipulation powers for sure. It gives you 5 seconds to correct one egregious mistake. I finally figured that out after 4 years of streaming and having been banned from my stream on Twitch like a couple times. All I had to do is just press a button and it'll completely shut it off. And then I can just wait, you know, like it, and then just put it back on like nothing happened. Yeah, Prince of Persia. Was it like the remake, like the rebirth, the whatever they call it, the relaunch, the reboot, the Prince of Persia reboot? Yeah, I've been streaming for 4 years. I've been going through a medical journey for 4 years, and streaming coincided with that. And mostly my stream has been a way for me to cope through a whole bunch of shit I'm going through in my life. And I'm bringing you guys along for the journey. Don't ever think that I'm streaming for some kind of like, you know, pipe dream of being a professional streamer. However, I am pursuing a lifelong pursuit of being a professional performer. And, you know, I've studied music my entire life, but I see being a performer / entertainer. It's not just being an actress. It's not just being a musician or a model or any kind of, you know, a comedian. It's all the above. And I specialize, you know, I've specialized in music. I did burn out in 2018 from college. However, nothing's going to change the fact that I have a lifetime of training, and most of my training, obviously I had a lot of stuff growing up in band and stuff, but most of my discipline and skill came from college. And I switched to woodwinds without having played woodwinds like my entire life. I played like trombone, I played percussion and like trumpet and like trumpet and then percussion and then trombone and then French horn and then like guitar. Like I've learned all those, but then when I went to college in 2015, in 2015 fall spring semester, I switched. I was in trombone for jazz band because I had played it before, but I wanted to play tenor sax. But I also wanted to play clarinet mainly. I wanted to learn it. I had never learned it before, and so I got like a freaking $80 cheap ass plastic clarinet, and I practiced it, you know, in between practicing the trombone. And halfway through semester, I was able to, after the midterm performance, I was good enough to sit in. I mean, I started sitting in the rehearsals for symphonic band, and I was really bad. I sounded really bad, but I was trained enough in music to at least be able to play. You know, there's a trick you can do if you're performing in an ensemble, is that you can just play the start of notes, like the big picture notes. Like basically, if there's a whole bunch of 8th or 16th notes and you haven't gotten it down yet, you can just play the first note of every beat, like bum 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 bum, instead of ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba or something like that. Like you just play like the first note, and it doesn't really matter too much to the ensemble. As long, even if every single clarinetist did that, because most of the time music is about feeling and not exact science. You're just trying to get to the feeling of it. Like it's the movement, not necessarily the exact notes. And especially on something like clarinet and flute, where it's more about like the movement and stuff. I don't know, instruments in general. But I burned out of that, and also I do have other ambitions. In fact, some I feel like are closer to who I am than music even. I feel like there's a huge disconnect with me and music. I feel like for the most part, the only reason I was doing music, I do love music, but I got so burned out, and it's really hard for me to want to play now. I have to have this surgery. So I have been going from male to female, transitioning on hormones. And I had orchiectomy in February 2022. I had facial feminization 4 months ago, and I have my bottom surgery coming up at the end of the year. So I have a lot of shit I've been working through, and my stream has kind of been it's been on the back burner as far as being a content creator in general. And my main form of money making content is completely on hold until well after my surgery and when I have some spiritual connection with myself, because I'm not really ready at the moment. I'm not really ready to dive into a career right now of, you know, auditioning and all that. and modeling is a thing. I'm very talented, and but I'm also at the very beginning, and I have my work cut out for me. But I'm not emotionally and psychologically ready necessarily to. A little oversharing. I didn't say what it was. And also Amaranth tells people what it is all the time. So, you know, it's not a big deal. It's more, I mean, it's not oversharing if it's my life, you know? I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm trying to be appropriate, but... I just say my industry. That's what I say. I use little code words. I mean, if like super famous Twitch streamers say it all the time to their audience, like who cares? And I'm not like actively promoting it. I don't even promote it on my stream. I just talk about it because it's a part of my life. Because my stream is like a reflection of my life. And it's been a place for me to process everything I'm going through. And I'm going through a lot. And I kind of downplay it a lot. But you know, there's a reason why I have keep coming back to my stream. It's like an addiction, but it's, you know, what's the alternative? You know, like hiding from the world, never doing anything. It's not gonna happen. I at this point, I don't think I can ever stop streaming. Like, it's just a part of my life. Now, as far as like career goes, streaming is not necessarily a part of that. But I am an actress and a model. And I have ambitions for that I'm gonna, thankfully, be prepared, be more able to after I'm recovered from the surgery. I'm gonna be more psychologically able to handle showing, because except for that one body part, I fucking love it. It makes me feel so fucking good being a performer. And I would, you know, it's just something's holding me back right now, and I'm already gonna change it. And it's scary because there's a lot of unknowns, but I'm ready to face the unknown. An actress, yeah. I mean, I'm technically already a professional actress. I mean, if you go by the loose definition of professional, I've made hundreds, or I've made a couple $1,000s. Over time. And I didn't even put full time into it. You know, maybe like, I don't even know how many hours, but you know, I've made at least $1,000, maybe 2,000 or more. And that was only like kind of randomly showing up like a few weekends and like averaging like 600 viewers at one point. But normally I only average like 80 to 100 when I'm not promoting. But when I'm actively promoting, I can average like 600 viewers. What roles did I play? I played someone's girlfriend. No, I more of a model, but it is acting, it's performance. Technically, the job title is model, but I don't know. I'm not gonna advertise my work. There's a lot of There's a lot of elements going into it. Not everybody can do it. I'm gonna tell you right now. Like, not everybody who thinks that it's easy to do stuff on camera has another thing coming. Like, anybody who thinks it's easy is so clueless. And it requires a lot of interaction. And it requires, like, it's basically more or less like being a Twitch streamer. I'm gonna tell you. I mean, I know it's like kind of surprising. It's a lot like streaming on Twitch. But at the same time, it's like there's a lot of like vocal cues, and there's a lot of visual things you gotta do. Like, it's not just about the thing, you know. It's not just about like the obvious part of it, because anybody can do that. I mean, not even anybody can do that. Some people get camera shy and stuff, and they get embarrassed. And even with my gender dysphoria, I was able to do it. But as I'm getting closer and closer to the surgery, that's just becoming more and more impossible. Because I'm like, okay, I just can't do this. Like, not with this thing needing to change. I just can't. Yeah, I mean, it's like if you've ever been a call center, or not call center, if you've ever been like a I've never done this like in an actual agency, but I could see myself doing like I mean, it's basically more or less it's what's the title? I just don't want to be too explicit with the language. I'm trying to practice that. We're trying to explain what it is and talk about it. See, the idea isn't the thing. I don't want to talk literally about it. It's more about how it affects me and my life, and what my drive is and what my talent is. My talent is interactivity and playing into people's fantasies. Like, that's a thing. Like, it's basically like being on the phone. Like, people will do that just for my voice. Like, people will show up just for my voice, even on that platform. But obviously, it's a whole slew of things. There's a lot that goes into it. And it's impossible to show up now. But I will get back, and besides that one body part, I love it. I absolutely love performing. I love being admired. It makes me feel so confident. But it helped me overcome my gender dysphoria, because I was able to set set my own narrative. I'm just gonna hear that guy. Oh, this music is it sounds like the vibes of Selbina. Yeah, I mean, I didn't need the MP. I'm just using Thief to to, you know, because I did Outpost Warp, and just to get to Selbina, where I can change jobs back to Black Mage. But no, that's all on hold probably for like another year. So long term, I have huge plans for my career. And I'm not too old. Like, one of the women in my industry started at 68. I know, like, I like saying that a lot. It doesn't necessarily mean it's guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed in life. I understand reality, okay? Maybe not 100% understanding reality, but I'm not stupid. I know people might think that I'm stupid or that I'm, you know, like, I'm autistic, but I'm not stupid. Okay, being autistic doesn't make you stupid. Like, I'm very grounded in reality, and I know what I'm, I know for a large part, I mean, for at least some of it, I know what I'm up against. But I can't really see myself achieving anything else in life, really. I want to. I would love to just have a regular job. I would love to work. I love working with people. I love people in general. But it's just not going to work out that way. At least it doesn't look like it. And also, how would that even take care of my life anyway? At some point, you know, it's like my autistic issues, it helps me a lot, but like at some point I'm just going to lose everything because of some... I don't know, I can lose anything no matter what I do. I'm going to find my way in life. Whoa. The Chocobo shield. Whoa, that was cool. Giovanni. That's a different shield than that. That's a cool style lock shield. We got Dragon Quest 8. Oh, no, is that Dragon Quest 6? Oh, what? That's Dragon Quest 7? Do they have the same music? Oh, no, that's Dragon Quest 8. Okay. I didn't finish that game. I got like a good portion of it, but I never actually finished it. Yeah, it is a nice game. It kind of just feels really nice and relaxing. Oh, I got a party already. Nako Goblin. Nice. Already got a party. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta let myself relax and not worry so much. Yeah, like worrying isn't gonna help me at all. And also just understanding that like now is not the time for me to do career pursuit. Now's the time to kind of just keep things in the back burner. I know what my work is. I know my work is cut out for me. Like pretty cut out for me. And I know the path forward. But the path needs to be, I need to hold on before I go on that path. I wish I could do both, but my health is more important. This surgery is more important. And, you know, especially my psychological health. I can't just do that kind of damage to myself. And I need to do that. Also need to explore it on my own terms. You know, I'm not going to just jump right into it. There's more to life than just making money at all costs. Like, I can't sacrifice my psychological health. So, you know, and it's very important, you know, and it's really good that I'm going to do it at my own pace and at my own time. You know, I'm not getting my surgery for other people. I'm getting it for me. Dead Island 2? Yeah, I have trouble, like, I don't know why I keep saying this. Why am I lying? I have trouble talking, I was going to say I have trouble talking about things other than my life. That's not true at all. How am I such a liar? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, one time I was playing Ninja on Nisomi, and the whole party, I was drunk the whole fucking time. From level 12, I was like level 12 to 18. I was drunk the whole time. And I was just like sitting there playing Ninja, tanking, and I was getting tanked. I don't like drinking. I do it very, very, very rarely. And now I don't even do it at all. Like I said, getting ready for surgery. Lots of things I don't want to be doing. Do not want to be pursuing a career on top of a insanely involved medical process. And also I got other things to do. I'm trying to get some ducks in a row in my life other than career. I got to get everything set. Like I got SSI a couple of years ago, or like a year ago. But I don't want to just live on SSI. Yeah, when is Winders gonna get it, Twice? When is Winders gonna get it? Oh, did I miss my hands? Oh no, I don't. It's not till level 16 anyway. And that's in my... Yeah, I can't wait it's till level 16. Call me Daddy? There's someone named Call Me Daddy. Elon Musk plays this game? I didn't know you played Final Fantasy 11, Elon Musk. I didn't know Elon Musk played this game. Yeah, I mean, when is Winders ever gonna have dunes? But as soon as, you know, we need to have like maybe one day I'll rally the entire Final Fantasy 11 community under my stream, and we're gonna have everybody change nations to Windurst. And we're gonna literally have the entire dunes taken over by Windurst for an entire week to make sure. Good. Good to take a break from CEO duties, I suppose. Alright, I gotta get some food. Oh, how long was I talking? Was I not talking? I was basically saying that, like, I need to, like, rally the entire community behind my stream, have everybody either switch nations or like make a new character to get to level 12 and like just have a constant party going on where we take over the entire dunes for an entire week or whatever, the last day before Conquest update, and then just have everybody in the dunes taking over all the parties, killing every single monster available in the entire zone to make Anders gets it so that I could get my Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm making some eggs with cheese and kale, and some milk with some collagen peptide powder in it, which is a full protein mix from. I think it's obviously it's made from cows, so it's not vegan by any stretch of the imagination. But it's really easy to just put in some collagen powder. Get Okay, I am back. Huh. Whoops. Yeah, nothing like a good old lizard party. Fighting some Lizzies. Valcrum Dunes. Now, if you want to find the map I'm using, there's a special I got a special DAT mod like loader that you can like do additional maps and stuff, which are just DAT files. There's a DAT file available that changes Valcrum Dunes into an actual map that doesn't burn your eyes out. And it's like so if you ever need that, just let me know. It's fine. You can find it on Google. It's just, I forgot what it's called. I'd have to look. Huh? Yeah, we got 2 warriors and a monk sharing the hate. Hey, Rogue. It's been going good. It's afternoon now, and I started early this morning. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Just talking about stuff, playing some Final Fantasy 11, played some chess at the very beginning. Just the usual, how it usually is, as you know. I'm just playing some Final Fantasy 11 right now. Yeah, welcome back, UA. It is Huggles time. Ma ma ma. Huggles. Ma ma ma. Ma ma. Yes, Valcrum Dunes. It's not Valcrum. You know, there's always a thing, right? Here's one of the memes in the game, is there's people who call it Valcrum. It's actually Valcurm. Valcurm Dunes. I mean, it's actually a meme. Valcurm Dunes. But how you doing? Welcome to the stream, my friend. We're just playing some Dunage. Leveling up Black Mage. Yeah, I've played a good amount of time throughout my life. I played an original run-through. I played on Nasomi. I play on retail now with my brother. Right now I'm playing on Horizon. Oh, nice. Blue Mage, Scholar, Ranger, Corsair. That's quite a roster. Quite a roster indeed. Yeah, welcome. Enjoy your stay. Sympathy. Kind of just a chill day today. Another no cam stream. Just chilling. Playing the game. Talking about whatever. Hope you enjoy the music and the gameplay. And, you know, always feel free to ask me about whatever. Ask about the thing. Whatever that thing is for you. Ask your burning questions. But if you're feeling a burning sensation, you should probably go to a doctor. I have 0 MP now. I used up my MP the most efficient way possible. I'm just having some eggs with cheese and kale. And some milk with collagen powder. Because I need to be strong. Strong. I need to be strong. Oh no, yeah. Honestly, when you're like level 12, you'd be better off just soloing. In fact, if you're a melee job, it's way, unless you have like a group together and you know, and like you just want to be lazy or whatever. If you can't get a group, I soloed basically more or less from I leveled Thief all the way to level 45. Pretty much soloing the entire time. I did do a couple of groups, but it was with some Beastmasters that were farming in the same spot. Like I was in Upper Delkfut's Tower. I mean, I was in Lower Delkfut's Tower for a while, and Upper Delkfut's Tower. Every time I would see a Beastmaster, I would ask them to team up, and we would just duo stuff. We would duo the giants. So like, you know, you can get to like level 50 plus just on your own if you're really patient. But if you're going to be waiting for a party, you know, you may as well be soloing and farming. And it adds up really quick, especially level 12 to 20. If you can get a group, then more power to you. But, yeah, if you can't get a group in Valkyrie Dunes, sitting around waiting is like a really bad strategy. You'd be way better off going into Kronstadt or Lothane and then just killing monsters there. Yeah, Kronstadt. Now as a mage, you're pretty much stuck. Maybe not black mage. I mean, you can one-shot a bunch of stuff. I mean, it really all adds up over time. Oh yeah, I mean, this doesn't, you know, Horizon doesn't use books. Honestly, I'm just a heavy grinder, so it's pretty much the same for me. No matter, even on retail has its own grind. I know a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about current retail. I'm gonna tell you right now, getting to level 99 is the same as getting level 1 to 10 compared to the rest of the game that's after that. I mean, it takes more time because you got to do all the quests, all the missions, because you need to get Rhapsodies of Vana'diel completed. You know, because I made a new character for retail in the end of 2020. And I named my character after me, so it's just Rebecca Lauren on Sylph. But there's so much stuff. Yeah, okay, so after a duelin, they added a lot of they added eye level. And the whole game now is about grinding instances and force spawned stuff. It's way past where Abyssia is. And honestly, after a certain point, trusts are pretty much useless. It's really great that trusts are there because you can grind like the most mundane stuff with just trusts. You know, that's the new version of soloing. But a lot of the content, after a certain point, you pretty much have to team up with people. I mean, you have to. Unless you're a blue mage or like a really geared up blue mage or red mage. But at that point, you still had to gear up, right? I don't know. There's a lot people can do with trust, but there's a lot you can't. And I think it's funny, a lot of people on classic servers, they don't really understand. They're like, oh, trust ruined the game. It's like, if you didn't have trust, you would be absolutely fucking wasting your time. Because the stuff that you can do with trust is just the busy work. The stuff that you would probably be soloing on, like, in the kind of stuff that in like classic, like farming beehive chips. You don't make a party to do that. You just do that solo. Uh-oh, we might die here. I'm gonna have to 2-hour. Yeah, and then obviously there's also the collectible part of the trust, where you have to like, and the best healing trusts take like months and months and months to get, because you have to do the monthly records of eminence. So it just takes a lot of time. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, you can solo every single storyline content up to a point. Like a duelin, at some point you need help, but for the most part, like and also like Rhapsodies, you need some help if it's a new character. But getting to level 99 and getting to and then basic 119 gear, finishing all the storyline like all the quests, all the missions, like that's just solo work. Like everything else after that is just, you know, you gotta grind a lot of different stuff, and you can't really do all of that. You can do a lot with just trusts, but it's so much better, like especially once you need to get master levels. Like it's gonna be way slower with trusts. Like when you get JP, I don't get nearly as much JP as I do alone. I mean, I don't get nearly as much alone as I do in a group of like, you know, master level people with gear and stuff. Like, it's just so much slower. And it's like, you know, like a duelin pretty much took all of the content previous and made it into just solo busy work. Which is kind of shitty, but then now we have Horizon to play the classic era content. And I don't know, it just took me a while of playing before I realized that. A lot of people, they get into retail and they're like, oh, this is stupid, the trust ruined the game. Like, dude, play longer than like 30 days of playtime. Like, seriously, like, these people have not even given it a try. They think that, like, being able to solo the busy work content makes the game ruined. It does take away the experience for new players, for sure. Which is why I would suggest new players who've never played Final Fantasy 11 before to play Horizon, like, in between, like, to actually get the experience of, like, the original game. Oh yeah, Rune Knight. Yeah, you can do a lot. You don't need to worry about tanking at the end of COP. Any job can solo it. I don't. You're acting like being able to solo COP is a big accomplishment. You could probably solo it without trusts, actually, because it's like level 75 content, and you're level 119 with just basic gear. Yeah, there's just so much detail. Oh, at level 80. No, now you have level 119. Once you get to level 99, then you have eye level gear. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, level 80, obviously, you know, with trusts. But, like, you know, you quit before they added eye level gear. And I quit before I quit right when they raised the cap to 80. And I think maybe I got to level 76. But I was on PS2 and they didn't add the add-on scenarios. The game got too big for the PS2. Hey, it's ALR. Welcome back. I see you in here. I know your tricks. I know your tricks, ALR. I know your tricks. Welcome. We're just playing in some dunes. I know your tricks. Tricks are for kids. Oh my goodness. Yeah, another chill, no cam stream. Not making content, just chilling. Getting back to my roots as a gamer. I'm not in content mode for like another year. And like maybe another like maybe like 9 months. I'm basically pregnant. Basically, more or less. Pretend that I'm pregnant. For all intents and purposes, I'm pregnant. That makes sense. So I'm not really making content right now. I'm just like chilling and hanging out with my community. Well, I mean, look at my resolution. I make the UI like it was PS2. I mean, you see my resolution right now, right? I made my UI basically, it's like the same as like the PS2. But of course it's 1920 1080. It's a 16:9 resolution, but yeah, no real content creation for at least 9 months. Maybe like a month less, but I'm not focused on making content right now. Making YouTube videos or anything like that. It's just too much and it's not really worth my time right now. I got stuff going on in real life. Gotta take a back seat. Content creation can wait. But hanging out with my community is just fine. I like doing just community streams. Playing Final Fantasy, playing whatever random games I want to play. The one thing I hate about dropping your controller... well, I hate dropping my controller in general, but if you drop your controller, it'll cancel your rest. So yeah, a super small community here. I've kind of made like an interesting little small community over the past 4 years. I only started streaming on YouTube though. Like I've been streaming on Twitch for 4 years. But I only started doing YouTube streams like maybe probably a year and a half ago or so. No, I like my UI that I have. I like being able to see things. I don't know why people make their chat like a single pixel. Like everything is so small on other people's streams. I don't understand how they even play. Like I like being able to see things. Alright, Mom, I'm on like 680 XP to level 13. Petrified. Petrified. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Today's a long stream day. Hey, welcome back, Twice. Twice, thrice. Twice, thrice. Twice, thrice. Twice, thrice. Once, twice, thrice. Hey, welcome back. We're still going. We're at 5 hours now. Wow, what a day. Just a lazy Sunday. This is my church. Final Fantasy 11 is my religion. Am I right? Or am I right? I'm just trying to distract myself from all the unnecessary pain I cause myself. And you know, I'm not so distracted that I'm, you know, ignoring my problems. That's the big difference between now and when I first played the game. When I was younger, like in my 20s, when my teenage years in my 20s, when I first played the game, well, I guess I quit playing when I was 19. So I mean, in my teenage years, I was like a stupid kid. I think 18 and 19 were like the worst because then I was an adult. And I was like really screwing up my life. I knew I was and when I finally came out as trans, I really screwed up. I should have actually taken it seriously and actually tried to get connected with doctors, but I refused to. But you know what? Hindsight is 20/20, and now I'm fucking thriving. Thriving. I am successful more than I give myself credit for. Like the fact that I've gotten this far and gotten all this stuff that I never thought was possible, like really, it's crazy. Getting my medical treatment. Like I'm successful. More than I can imagine. There's things I can't even conceive of that are going on right now. Yikes. Like, who knows what's cooking, you know? Who knows what the hell is cooking? No, it was. I knew exactly what it was. I knew I was trans. I just wasn't strong. I knew what I have to do, but I was not strong enough to do it. I wasn't strong enough. I knew exactly what I needed. I knew I needed a vagina. Like, I already knew that from the start. It wasn't a question. I was not... Like, it was one of those things where I was stupid. I thought it was too hard because people didn't accept me. And I wasn't strong enough. I could have, I told my doctors, and I could have worked with them. I could have found a way to at least start hormones. But for me, the surgery was the thing I needed. And I didn't realize that I could have just started hormones and at least started the path. I could have tried to save up money, but I gave up instead. And I guess you never fully give up, as we're seeing today. I mean, look at where I am now. Finally getting what I need. And, insurance is saving me, like, with like $20,000 or whatever it is. And everything's gonna go smoothly. I'm super healthy. It doesn't just happen. This is the thing. Anything that you really want in life, yes, some things can kind of be handed to you. But for the most part, you're gonna have to, like, even just getting the surgery, you have to actually put work into your body. Like, you have to be super healthy. You have to do pelvic floor exercises. Like Kegels and, other pelvic floor exercises. Like, you need to actually, like, prepare yourself mentally, physically, psychologically, whatever, spiritually. You have to be prepared. And obviously I can do whatever I can to prepare for the surgery. In the end of the day, what happens, but I'm going to maximize, there's no guarantee that it's going to, be perfect as planned, but I can do my best to take care of myself and my body and be strong. I have my diabetes under control. I am in the healthiest shape I've ever been in my entire life. I'm exercising at least 4 days a week. And, I was so... caught up. I was actually so caught up, it was the opposite. I was insistent that I wasn't gay or bi. I was so insistent on not being different than what I was supposed to be. Tips for growing out hair? Don't try any weird remedies. Don't try any weird thing you find out on the internet. Basically, there's only a couple things that you might want to do, which is don't pull on your hair. Put your hair up in like a very light bun before you go to bed, and try to use like a satin pillowcase. And also you can lightly massage your scalp especially before you sleep. Especially the parts that are like, when people say they're balding, some of it is genetic and you can't really do too much about that. There are medications that people can take, like finasteride and stuff like that, to prevent further balding. Starting HRT, like starting estrogen therapy, will delay hair loss, or but at the same time, a lot of the time people usually have like slight balding, and it's not because they're balding, it's because they pull on their hair and it pulls out their hair, or they tie up their hair too tight, like it's pulling on their hair, and it falls out. And it doesn't grow back until you basically have to lightly massage it with your fingers, and it stimulates hair growth. But in the end of the day, your genetics determine a lot. And I feel really bad. I mean, I was balding in the sense that I had a really messed up hairline, and I had a really weird, but I got facial feminization, and one of those procedures was, so I got forehead advancement, which fixed my hairline and made it more even and forward. And I also got, orbital bone contouring, rhinoplasty, jaw contouring, and Adam's apple reduction. But yeah, hair is usually just make sure you eat healthy. It's good for your skin and hair to eat healthy. Vitamin E is really good for your hair, for your skin and hair. Nothing's really gonna stimulate hair growth though. Like, you're not gonna make it faster. You can stimulate hair that is having trouble growing back, like if you've been pulling on it or whatever. Like I said, just light massage of the scalp before bed. Yeah, the thing is, but you're not gonna be, just massage your scalp. That's about it. I was a buzz cut, right? I mean, I'm not sure about, it's your own business, whatever is going on. But for me, I had actually shaved my head as a last ditch masculinizing effort before I finally gave up on that, because I was trying so hard not to be trans. It was really fucking ridiculous. So that was kind of frustrating. I wore a wig. It was ugly as fuck. Basically, just massage your scalp. Don't scratch your head. Don't scratch your head. Don't scrape. If you have dandruff, you need to get the dandruff treated. Don't scratch it and scrape it. Yeah, definitely do not scratch your head. You can tap it and lightly massage it, gently. See a dermatologist if you have issues or whatever. And also, they'll know more than me. I just know from what I've researched. And of course, you can research your own. There's a website called Perplexity, and it's a guided AI. Obviously, Google started doing that, but oh wait. And you ask, how do I stimulate hair growth? Are you a man or a woman? Are you male or female? Hormone? Are you testosterone dominant or estrogen dominant? How to stimulate hair growth? From buzz cut. Growing out a buzz cut can be a frustrating process, and these are from sources. So that just keep in mind to look at the sources before you take it at any kind of value. Because look at the websites where they're coming from. A lot of these are just like kind of opinion pieces, like kind of like these weird, like, like blogs and magazines and stuff. So keep that in mind. Massage your scalp, encourage blood flow. Brush your hair with a bristle brush and promote circulation. Don't overbrush. Hydrating shampoo and conditioner. You also don't want to wash your hair too often, like maybe once every 3 days, and maybe condition once a week. Use a light gel or matte putty to flatten down your hair and avoid the tennis ball look during the in-between state. I don't know about that. Probably don't want to do that. Anything that you're gonna put in your hair, you got to be really careful about. It's gonna have like chemicals and stuff. Avoid any like gimmicky products. I'm gonna tell you right now, do not use any gimmick. They're all bullshit. And don't use gimmicky products. There's gonna be products that are just like kind of neutral. They're not gonna, but anything that's gonna advertise itself as like grow out your hair, like, or like anything like that. That's bullshit. Don't fall for it. Instead, you should buy my product. Oh yeah, if you go to Turkey, they have like the best hair surgery stuff in the world, apparently. But I mean, that's more of like a transplant thing. That's like surgical intervention. As far as like natural intervention, most people probably don't need surgical intervention. If you do, please don't feel ashamed about it. As a person who is transgender, who has gone through gender confirming treatments, it's not too different from when cisgender people do it. If you need hair to be happy, then fucking have hair. Go get hair. Go be happy. If you don't, if you feel okay with it, then that's different. But if you're constantly like having self-confidence issues because of something that you could literally just get a surgery for to solve, don't feel any shame at all. And anybody who's gonna like harass you for it or say that like, usually I think men have an issue, but I believe, you'd be surprised. Like women have hang-ups too like this. It's usually men though, who are like really, really worried about their hairline. And if your manhood is, technically going bald is the most masculine thing that you can do with your hair. If you really think about it. But if your manhood is defined by your hairline, and there's a surgery that can do that, and that'll make you happy, then go do it. Like, what are you afraid of? Obviously, if there's risks involved and you have health conditions or whatever, that's between you and your doctor and stuff. But from what I know, those are usually safe. And like, the actual like forehead advancement is really only for women. Although apparently men do it too. If but understand that like forehead advancement is more feminizing. And also it is risky. I took surgery, but it was actually pretty safe. The doctor even said it's safer than my orchiectomy was. And my orchiectomy was pretty damn safe. It's just like there's so many people out there. They think that they have to just tough it out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some people, like I said, it's individual to the individual. Like some people define their masculinity as having very luxurious locks. And in fact, I think for the longest time in history, it was considered the pinnacle of masculinity to have very long flowing hair. And if you look at romance novel art, You know, I don't really have like too many restrictions with, you know, if I'm attracted to someone, I'm attracted to them. I'll look past anything because I see somebody as a whole package. You know, some people are attractive and they're bald. Some people are attractive to me and they're not bald. And I'm not always attracted to men. But I am attracted to men in some cases. And it's really not something that matters to anybody but the individual. And if your identity can be, if your self-confidence can be solved with a simple procedure or a even not so simple procedure, then, and you have the option to do it, and if you can get to the option to do it somehow, then do it. I mean, why spend your life just trying to be okay with your body when some things obviously you can do with exercise and diet? Some things like hair transplants for people, stuff like that, you literally can't force that. You can't you can get a surgery for it. And if that's going to make you happy, it's going to make you look in the mirror and not feel this big giant looming pain, then go do it. You know, it every year things get even more safe and even cheaper. You know, even more viable for people. You know, what used to be considered a luxury is now, like, you know, especially for gender confirming treatment for transgender people with gender dysphoria diagnosed, it's definitely like considered life-saving surgery. And it is, because otherwise, why would I want to have to live in pain every single day for the rest of my life when I can get a single surgery that can just maybe not solve all my problems, but will significantly increase my happiness? And it's less happiness and it's more nopiness. 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 Nopiness instead of happiness. Like, yeah, am I scared about it? It's a pretty damn permanent change, but I know that it's even scarier not to get it. Because I already know what it feels like having it denied to me. Like, sometimes you just need what you need. It's plain and simple. You need what you need. And if you don't need it, then you don't need it. But you might really ask yourself that question. Would you be happier if you got that hair transplant surgery in Turkey, or literally in your own country too? But, you know, if you can get that and that's going to make you happy, then do it. All this, like, need to, like, have the approval of, like, other people. It's never made anybody happy to have approval of everyone else but yourself. And, you know, nobody can make that decision but the individual. Like, nobody can say, oh, you have to go do that. Like, no. You get to say that. And if you're not ready to do it, then you're not ready. But I'm going to tell you, I waited 13 or 14 or 15 fucking years just to start estrogen therapy. And I'm going to tell you that it's not going to get better just because you force yourself to you know, power through it. If it's something you need, it's something you need. But only you can decide when you're ready for that. Nobody else can. And with good reason. It'd be weird if people were forced to undergo... I mean, in some places, people do, like, force, you know, genital surgery, like on intersex babies. Which is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? And that's like the exact thing that all these transphobic people are constantly talking about. They're the ones who are doing that. Like, they're like forcing a baby to live the rest of their life with one genital or the other, instead of, like, obviously I understand, like, extreme medical issues. Like, if there's such a problem at birth that they need to make a decision, I can understand that, but at least talk to the parents about it. Like, it's, like, so unethical to do that without even speaking to the parents, which in some cases, doctors have done that. Where they found an intersex baby, like someone gave birth to a baby that has, like, unclear or something like that genitals, and then the doctor just decides this needs to be a penis or this needs to be a vagina without even telling the parents. I can understand if it's medically necessary, but like if it's not medically necessary, then let the child figure that out when they get older. You know, that's a case-by-case basis thing. I wouldn't expect anybody to frickin' know the answer to what's right for every single individual that is intersex. Oh no! Nadesco's a red mage AFK. Red mage is AFK. Yeah, maybe blockhead crit. And I'm gonna call out Nadesco, not in the party, but Nadesco was AFK. I was healing. I was the only one healing. But it's whatever. It is what it is. Alright. I don't care what they do. I did my part. My replacement's on the way. Well, I'm gonna take a huge break. Maybe I'll be on tonight. But you know, it's been quite a stream. Another epic kind of 5.5 hour chill stream. Been quite a while since I've streamed this long. Usually only stream for like maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours. honestly, it doesn't necessarily matter. I think it's just sometimes I just need a little extra time to just chill out and just have somewhere to talk. I'm going through a lot, like I said, and I think maybe people will misinterpret what my actions have been over the past 4 years. I've been going through a lot of shit the past 4 years, and you know, some of those times I was just really fucked up. And I just said a whole bunch of stupid shit trying to, you know, make some controversy, but it just kind of backfired. Maybe some people are never going to forgive me for stuff I said on, or, you know, posted on Twitter or whatever. I was never really trying to do anything. I'm not you know, I'm just trying to, like, figure out what's going on, just copying what I see other people do on Twitter, but I'm starting to, like, really try to be smarter and more appropriate with how I post on Twitter and stuff. And I don't know, in the end of the day, who fucking cares? It's just social media. Anybody who's gonna judge me or whatever, I don't fucking care. I know who I am, I know what I stand for, and I know what my talent is, and I know, like, where that I'm gonna keep pushing to overcome all the challenges that have held me back. And it all starts with this surgery that I'm getting, recovering from that, and then going full force. You know, I'm probably gonna take a huge break from social media entirely for like a good amount of time after this surgery. Like, I'm just kind of like marking time right now, just like taking care of my body, just doing the basic stuff, showing up to chat you know, showing up to the stream to like kind of chat with you guys and keep you guys updated, and just, you know, have like a little small community we have here. But in the end of the day, like, I'm going to take a huge break from social media and then come back full force as a content creator. I'm going to delete every single video that has that body part in it after the surgery. But I think I should wait because I need to know for sure 100% that it's done before I do that. Because if I do it now, it's like a tease. Like, I need to know for sure that it's never coming back. Obviously, it'll never come back. Once you get the surgery, it's never changing back. So that's good riddance, you know. It's gonna be something way more beautiful, and then I'm gonna finally delete every single video with that body part in it, and move forward. And I will do better than ever. I have a lot of work to do out, you know, it's not going to be like overnight. I do have to, like, I'm going to start next year. I'm going to start a accounting certificate and business marketing. I need to do a lot of studying and research. I already do a lot of research and studying, but I need to do like literal, like, certificate program studying, which is going to be, honestly, it'll be better if I just wait. I mean, I could do, the thing is I'm not going to wait. I already know who I am. I already know what I do. I'm literally already studying, like, so much stuff about marketing and stuff. But accounting, that's something I kind of want to, like, work through with, like, an instructor. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, at some point I'm probably going to watch some YouTube videos and stuff about it, but just knowing myself, knowing how I am, knowing how I don't wait for other people to do things. But I do have other things I'm working on first. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. See ya!